Welcome to Stockholm and to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. During the Swedish EU presidency between January and June 2023, the Riksdag is an arena for meetings and dialogue between MPs from the parliaments of the EU member states and the European Parliament. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. This year, we're commemorating 500 years of parliamentary work and decision-making. The Riksdag is an open parliament in central Stockholm. Welcome to the Riksdag.
Bienvenue à Stockholm et au Parlement suédois. Pendant la présidence suédoise du Conseil de l'UE de janvier à juin, le Riksdag, le Parlement suédois, est le lieu de rencontre et de dialogue entre les membres des parlements des pays de l'UE et le Parlement européen. L'année dernière, la démocratie suédoise a fêté ses 100 ans. Cette année marque 500 ans de travail et de prise de décision au Riksdag. Le Riksdag est un parlement ouvert, situé au cœur de Stockholm. Bienvenue au Riksdag.
Welcome to Stockholm and to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. During the Swedish EU presidency between January and June 2023, the Riksdag is an arena for meetings and dialogue between MPs from the parliaments of the EU member states and the European Parliament. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. This year, we're commemorating 500 years of parliamentary work and decision-making. The Riksdag is an open parliament in central Stockholm. Welcome to the Riksdag.
Bienvenue à Stockholm et au Parlement suédois. Pendant la présidence suédoise du Conseil de l'UE de janvier à juin, le Riksdag, le Parlement suédois, est le lieu de rencontre et de dialogue entre les membres des parlements des pays de l'UE et le Parlement européen. L'année dernière, la démocratie suédoise a fêté ses 100 ans. Cette année marque 500 ans de travail et de prise de décision au Riksdag. Le Riksdag est un parlement ouvert, situé au cœur de Stockholm. Bienvenue au Riksdag.
Order! Order! I have always wanted to say that. So please take your seats. And then you can start also to preparing, because I'm going to switch over to Swedish. So I'm going to use my native language. We have interpretations to 24 languages, so everyone can feel as at home. I see the Spanish delegation is working very hard. Buenos días. So I think that most of you have found the headset and also the list of the different languages. Bonjour. We have the French delegation that is now entering. So, kära.
Dear colleagues, I would like to wish you welcome to the Swedish Parliament, to our Riksdag. For some of you, of course, it's a place to which you are returning today, but for others, it is actually the first time that you attend in this chamber. This is our ordinary chamber for the Parliament, and it is where the Riksdag organizes its meetings and also organizes votes. It is, if you like, the beating heart of Swedish parliamentary democracy. And we have, of course, come together here in order to organize our COSAC plenary meeting, which will be held today and also tomorrow, Tuesday. And as far as I can tell, these 2 days are going to be extremely interesting. We'll have some interesting discussions and important discussions. We'll be talking about problems and challenges which our continent faces. And of course, we're going to talk about joint solutions. And it is a great, great pleasure for me to see and to welcome representatives of national parliaments, the European Parliament, and also invited parliaments. Thank you very much for being here, and welcome to you all. And that said, I would like to, if I may, give the floor to my colleague, Dr. Andreas Norlén, who is the Speaker of the Swedish Riksdag, and I will ask you to come here up to your chamber, up to the rostrum. Good morning, Andreas.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable members, Vice President Karas, honoured guests, I'd like to also wish you a warm welcome to our chamber, or as we often refer to it, the beating heart of democracy in Sweden. Welcome to this 7th Interparliamentary Conference under the Swedish EU presidency, the 69th COSAC plenary meeting. Throughout this spring, the Riksdag is organising 8 interparliamentary conferences, 6 of those here in the Riksdag, 1 digital conference, and 1 conference jointly organised with the European Parliament in Brussels. 6 of these conferences have already taken place, which means that after the COSAC plenary, we have 1 remaining conference on democracy in Europe, which will take place in June. And then we will pass the gavel for the parliamentary dimension of the EU presidency to the Spanish Parliament. Honourable members, we are, as I said, in our plenary chamber. This is where our 349 members of Parliament debate and vote. Let me just say a few words about this place and the EU-related matters that are dealt with here. Our members have assigned seats in the chamber, and they sit according to their constituencies and not by political party, which is common in many other countries. Now, I've been told that this is because there was a desire to reduce confrontation and facilitate dialogue between the political parties, and it was therefore seen as valuable to have many members sitting next to and getting to know a political opponent. Sweden is split into 29 electoral constituencies, and the electoral system is one of proportional representation. So, the members from Stockholm have their assigned seats that they must use during votes at the front right from your side, while members from the county of Norrbotten in the far north are at the front left. Members may, however, sit in any seat during debate when the chamber is not full. And in order to create a more intense and close dynamic in debates, the idea is that members should be using the special dedicated debate seating at the front in a semicircle in front of the speaker. And 4 of those debating seats are designated for ministers participating in debates. The EU matters dealt with in our chamber are mainly the reviews of our specialised committees, 15 of them, on the EU's strategic documents and proposal for reasoned opinions. Members also get a report back from the Prime Minister after European Council meetings. There is also an annual EU policy debate for party leaders. The purpose of that debate is to contribute to increased transparency and engagement in the EU dimension in Swedish politics. Once a year, we let the 8 party leaders express their thoughts and views on EU matters and EU development. The Riksdag is an active parliament when it comes to the work on EU matters. For instance, we have carried out over 1,200 subsidiarity reviews of EU proposals since the Lisbon Treaty entered into force. The Riksdag routinely carries out subsidiarity reviews for EU proposals that are not under the EU's exclusive competence. During 2022, 119 proposals were tried, and that resulted in 14 reasoned opinions with challenges linked to the subsidiarity principle. Now, these reasoned opinions are then transmitted to the Presidents of the Commission, the Council, and the European Parliament. However, for constitutional reasons, it is more difficult for the Riksdag to participate in other parts of the political dialogue between the Commission and national parliaments. And that is an important reason why these subsidiarity reviews have become an important tool for the Riksdag. Every time a reasoned opinion is adopted by the Riksdag, I write to my speaker colleagues in other member countries to draw their attention to this opinion. If enough parliaments present subsidiarity challenges, as you know, the Commission must respond formally. Views presented by parliaments in other ways during the political dialogue are, of course, very important, but are not formally regulated in the same manner. Most of the time, few, if any, parliaments, however, do make the same subsidiarity challenges that the Swedish Riksdag does. I don't think this is solely because the Swedish Riksdag is the only parliament that has such objections, but because many parliaments only carry out a small number of subsidiarity reviews annually, and therefore have not had their attention drawn to the matters presented by the Riksdag. I would welcome a more frequent exchange on subsidiarity, and I would encourage more parliaments to view these subsidiarity reviews as a useful tool in the political dialogue, and I would like to see an increased number of such reviews around Europe. Honourable members, me and my speaker colleagues meet once every year during the EU Conference of Speakers of Parliaments, where we exchange experiences and information on both specialised policy matters and more practical matters. For instance, our cooperation around the EPEX platform. The speakers met last time here in the chamber in 2009, and during that same year we held the 42nd Plenary Meeting of COSAC here. Then, just like now, we will have the presence of Her Royal Highness Crown Princess Victoria. She will join us tomorrow. During the 2009 plenary, we discussed, amongst other matters, the financial crisis, the climate crisis, and the EU's enlargement and neighbourhood policy. These are very topical subjects today, even though it has changed why. Honourable members, chairing the European Union is a complex and difficult task. Sweden took over the presidency during difficult times with a brutal war on our doorstep, energy crisis, and high levels of inflation. It has been a little over a year since everything changed for millions and millions of Ukrainians who had, until that point, lived normal European lives in their country in the heart of Europe. The date, the 24th of February, has been tainted by the unjustifiable violence aimed to subjugate a country and a people. Above all, though, this day will now be linked to the human will and ability to defend what she holds dear, and the fight for what is good and right, and the courage and strength of the Ukrainian people. Our respect for the Ukrainian people's courage, resilience, and resistance has grown day by day, week by week, and month by month for every murder, every missile, and every massacre. I think very few of us really and fully can see the sacrifices that the population of Ukraine has been forced to, both collectively and on an individual level. At the EU Conference of Speakers of the European Parliaments in Prague in April, there was strong support for Ukraine. During our final session tomorrow, you will be given an opportunity to discuss the situation in Ukraine, how we can uphold and coordinate support to Ukraine, and how national parliaments can contribute to reconstruction of our neighbouring country and ensuring that this will be an inclusive process with a large number of stakeholders. During the 69th plenary meeting of the COSAC, you will also be given the opportunity to discuss the Swedish EU presidency, the 30th anniversary of the single market, and the green transition. I'm convinced that this will be 2 interesting days filled with dynamic discussions on important topics. So once again, warmly welcome to the Swedish Riksdag. Thank you.
I'm now going to switch over to English for some 3 minutes, so be prepared with your headphones again. Thank you so much for your introduction and your speech, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Andreas Norlén. It's an honor to have you here with us in our chamber. We have some new colleagues here at the COSAC meeting, especially 3 persons I'm now going to especially greetings to, and if your name is heard, then you can raise, please. Miss Lisa Ly Pakosta, the chairman of the Estonian Committee on EU Affairs in the Riigikogu, and you are here for the first time as chairman. Welcome. And Mr. Colm Brophy, chairman of the Committee on EU Affairs in the Parliament of the Republic of Ireland. And Ms. Adele Sipova, vice chair for the Senate EU Committee in the Czech Republic. Welcome. And all other colleagues and parliamentarians that are here for the first time, you're also warmly welcome to the COSAC meeting. I have also get the information that our dear colleague and friend, Lord Kinnell, going to have a new role in the House of Lords. Dear Lord Kinnell, you have been participating in several COSAC meetings. You are a close friend to all of us in the other European national parliaments and European Parliament. And I personally have appreciated all the exchange and contacts with you, Lord Kinnell. So good luck for your new position in the House of Lords. With that, now you can start using the headphones again, because I'm going to switch over to Swedish.
So, just by way of background practical information before we move on to the agenda proper, I believe I mentioned this earlier, there's interpretation into all 24 languages, but of course the Danes don't have to use that because they understand and speak Swedish, I'm sure. And of course information regarding interpretation is on your desks. You were also given a card when you registered coming in. I would like to ask you to insert that card into your console in front of you on your desk. That's a way of activating your console, and you can request the floor. You can see some buttons there, and you'll be able to request the floor that way. Also, this afternoon, we'll be using that particular console to vote in the chamber. You can ask for the floor as soon as the session starts, and during the whole session, please press the button on the right the far right, where it says request the floor. Now, it might take a bit of time before you appear on the speakers list, and I would like to point out to you that the speakers list will only give you the first 15 names in the row, so please be patient. Now, I can see that somebody's already practicing. Somebody's already is practicing with the console, and you'll see that the name will appear on the screen up there. Then the microphone. The microphone will be activated as soon as you are given the floor. You don't need to do anything. I would, however, ask, if you want to, and if you can, to stand up when you make a contribution to the debate. You don't need to touch the microphones. Please don't, in fact, because they're rather sensitive and they will actually capture everything that you say without you having to do a single thing. So don't touch the microphones. Now, a very, very important point. Speaking time is 1.5 minutes. Now, in Sweden, we mean 90 seconds by that. It is exactly 90 seconds, neither more nor less. 90 seconds, that's it. That's your lot. 1.5 minutes, that is your speaking time. That is what you are given during the course of this COSAC meeting. So please be aware of that, and I would ask you to respect that speaking time. It's not for my sake, it's actually for the sake of the other participants in the chamber. I would also like to inform you that this meeting is being filmed and that it is being web streamed. And finally, if you have any other questions, then please rest assured there are Riksdag staff scattered around the room, around the chamber. Do turn to them if you have any questions at all, and they are much better placed than Matilda or myself to answer your questions, I am sure. Now, if I may, colleagues, I would like to move on to some administrative business. First of all, we're going to approve our agenda for the plenary meeting of COSAC. The agenda was distributed before the meeting. There's a brief summary, and this is very much in tune with what Mr. Norlén mentioned a moment ago. We have 4 sessions, as you know, 4 working sessions over 2 days. The first session is on the Swedish presidency of the Council of the European Union. Session 2, then we'll be talking about the 30 years of the single market. Session 2 will actually continue after our lunch break. It'll be more interactive, and you'll be able to use the voting system in the chamber then. And then after Session 2, everyone except the speakers will be able to leave the chamber because we're going to have a meeting of chairpersons of COSAC. That's for later on this evening. And then we meet again at Djurgården this evening. The Speaker of the Riksdag, Mr. Norlén, is hosting a dinner at the Vasa Museum. It's a very, very beautiful, spectacular museum, and it's also in the Unibacken, so it's a very beautiful location as well. You may have seen it yesterday. Then we'll carry on tomorrow, of course. We'll have sessions 3 and 4 tomorrow, and that will be in the presence of Her Royal Highness Crown Princess Victoria. It's very important that you be seated at the very latest at 900 hours a.m., no later than that. Then we move on to Session 3. Session 3 is towards a green transition. And then the 4th and final session, perhaps the most important one, Session 4 is when we'll be talking about Ukraine. Now, would anybody like to make any comments at this juncture? I ask you. Any comments? If there are no comments, then I think we can approve the programme for the COSAC plenary meeting. Thank you. Yesterday, members met in a troika formation, Czechia, Sweden, Spain. And that was a preparatory meeting. And it was with a view to preparing today's plenary meeting. And there were a number of administrative points that we raised during that troika meeting. Approval of the programme for the 39th plenary meeting of COSAC. Also the 39th biannual report, which you will hear about in just a few moments. It will be presented to you. Also draft contributions and draft conclusions, which you will be discussing this afternoon during the spokesperson's meeting. And approval will happen tomorrow in plenary tomorrow afternoon. So after the meeting of the speakers and after the rest of the programme. Then we're going to move on to the rest of the agenda, and I'm going to turn next to the permanent representative of the COSAC Secretariat, Bruna Diaz-Pinheiro, who's going to present the 39th biannual report. May I ask you, Bruno, to please come up to the rostrum and take the floor? Please go ahead.
Good morning, dear chairpersons, dear members, colleagues. Let me start by thanking the Swedish presidency for the warm welcome, for the great weather we have, and for the opportunity to present here today the 39th biannual report. I would also like to thank all delegations from the 27 member states plus European Parliament, because this time we got all the replies, which allowed us to have enough time to go through all the data and draft the reports. Finally, also a word of thanks to my colleagues in the COSAC Secretariat for their hard work, since this is a collective endeavor and a team work. The report has been distributed to all of you, and we hope you had the chance to have a first look at it. We will watch a video soon with the main findings, but nevertheless, I would like to highlight a couple of ideas. The three topics chosen by the Presidency were very targeted and concrete, which is always very welcomed because it allows for very objective assessments. The report gave parliaments to share information and best practice on these issues, and it had three chapters. The first chapter was the role of parliaments in dealing with the Fit for 55 legislation. It was actually the first time the biennial report dealt with this, one of the most ambitious packages of the current institutional and political cycle, and it aims at shedding light on how parliaments have been dealing with the package, either by scrutinizing the proposals or by monitoring the national government's position in the Council. You can find in this chapter the findings related to, for instance, how many parliaments had actually scrutinized the package, which means they used to perform this scrutiny, and also whether they will be involved in the implementation of national strategies to achieve the binding targets. The second chapter was about the role of parliaments in accelerated decision-making in response to crisis. The focus was to take stock on how and when did parliaments have been involved in recent crises in the accelerated decision-making level at the EU. For instance, on the COVID-19 pandemic, on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, matters like sanctions, energy supply, support to high electricity prices, etc. You will be able to learn here if parliaments were involved or not in scrutinizing, for instance, the extraordinary council meetings in the field of energy, and also if they felt that the rapid procedures adopted have somehow influenced their ability to scrutinize the legislation. Moreover, it sheds light on whether parliaments had discussed or not the sanctions against Russia and Belarus in connection with the invasion of Ukraine, and whether they have adopted a position with that regard. Finally, the third chapter deals with the tools, namely the best practice for information exchange between parliaments, including the use of IPEX. The purpose of this chapter was to assess how parliaments make use of the information they share and exchange, and also to identify which type of information is relevant to them. There are, as you know, many different networks and tools at the disposal of national parliaments, many ways of engaging and exchanging, and this chapter seeks to map all of them and to better serve the purpose of all the members in fostering interparliamentary cooperation. So as you can see, the report addressed a wide range of very meaningful questions that we hope can be useful today and tomorrow, but also as a landmark for future discussions. We also hope that it served the purpose that the Presidency had initially envisaged with the drafting of the report. We hope you enjoy this reading. We are at your disposal for any questions, and we will now watch the short video with the main findings. Tack.
So, thank you, Bruno. Obrigado. I now switch over to English again for a while. Our next item on the agenda is letters received by the Presidency. Ahead of the meeting of chairpersons in January, the Presidency received requests to attend both COSAC meetings from Iceland, Norway, Switzerland, United Kingdom, House of Lords, and Kosovo. After consultations with the Presidential Troika, all these requests were accommodated, and they will be all represented here. Good to have you here. The Presidency has also received additional requests to attend the plenary meeting from the House of Commons of the UK Parliament and from the National Council of the Principality of Monaco. These requests have also been consulted with you, with the Troika, and I am happy that the colleagues also can join us here at the COSAC meeting. In addition, the Presidency has also received a letter with the conclusions from the meeting of the EU Affairs Committees and the Visegrad countries held in Budapest in mid-April. You will find all letters received by the Presidency on EPEX, including the replies. We have now reached any other business. I have two issues I would like to bring to your attention on this point, and of which I also will inform you all. The first being the old COSAC website, as we previously have agreed to terminate, since all its contents successfully have been migrated to the EPEX website. As you know, a paragraph is included in the conclusions of this, and the COSAC Secretariat will implement this decision in 2023 and 2024. The second issue relates to the cost of seconding the permanent member of the COSAC Secretariat. The Presidency has invited parliaments to renew their commitment to the co-finance agreement for the coming period starting January 1st, 2024. 39 out of 39 delegations have signed and sent their letters of intent indicating their willingness to continue co-finance the seconding of the permanent member of the COSAC Secretariat. Impressive, 39 out of 39. If no further questions, then I ask if anyone wants to take the floor on those items. If not, then we can go further. And the next item is a video message from the Chair of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen.
Dear Speaker of the Chamber, dear Minister, dear Chairman of the Committee, dear members, ladies and gentlemen, I regret that I cannot join you in Stockholm for the COSAC plenary meeting, but I very much appreciate that we can meet virtually. History is in the making right here in Europe, with a war on our doorstep, with rising competition on a global scale. It is essential that we Europeans set the direction of our travel together. And you are the democratic representatives of European citizens. You come from many different member states. You bring citizens' hopes and aspirations to the chambers of political discourse and decision. And that's why I asked my team of commissioners to meet regularly with you. Actually, together, we have made over 400 visits to national parliaments since the beginning of the mandate and despite the pandemic. That's more than 2 visits per week, because only together can we steer our union through times of change. And I'm very grateful to the Swedish presidency of the Council. In 1995, Sweden joined our union at another watershed moment. It was the time when the Iron Curtain was finally torn down. Since then, Sweden contributed to shaping our European Union. In the 30 years that followed, our union has become stronger and larger. Yet the last year has also shown that the job is far from done. And let me name 3 important current tasks. First, the war in Ukraine calls for a rethink of the European security order. Second, the global race for the clean and digital technologies of tomorrow calls for a renewed focus on Europe's competitiveness on the global stage. And third, we have to better protect our democracies. These are exactly the 3 priorities that the Swedish presidency has set: security, sustainable competitiveness, and democracy. And I'm glad that Sweden can once again play an important role to steer our union towards the future. Let me start with our response to Putin's barbaric war against Ukraine. Russia is trying to deny Ukraine's most basic rights: the right to exist, the right to be free. And this concerns all Europeans alike, not just those who share a border with Russia and Ukraine. Since day one of Russia's attack, we have stepped up our support to Ukraine. In your constituencies, you opened the doors for millions of Ukrainians fleeing Putin's bombs. You have helped keep Ukraine's government and economy operating. And we continue to jointly purchase the weapons Ukraine needs to fight back. This is a real first for our union. Also, thanks to the leadership of the Swedish presidency of the Council, we have agreed to provide Ukraine with the ammunition it needs so badly. To this end, we want to invest another 2 billion euros from the European Peace Facility. We said that we will support Ukraine for as long as it takes, and Europe is keeping its promise. But the global economy is also at a watershed moment. And this is the second point I would like to address. The world's major economies are racing to develop the technologies of tomorrow. They are just racing to develop the best clean tech and, of course, the most advanced chips, and to get access to the critical raw materials we all need. Our European Union is, of course, part of this competition. With our European Green Deal, we were the first to set the path to climate neutrality. Today, European companies are leaders in clean tech, research and innovation. And last year, for the very first time, Europe generated more electricity from wind and solar than from gas. So to support this economic development, to strengthen it, to accelerate, we proposed the Net Zero Industry Act. It creates the necessary conducive environment for the clean tech industry. However, when it comes to urgently needed critical raw materials, we have also to strengthen and secure our supply chains. We get 98% of our rare earth supply from China. This is not sustainable. And this is why we proposed the Critical Raw Materials Act. It is time to de-risk our value chains for a stronger and more resilient union. Honourable members, I've spoken about the new challenges for our security and our economies, but new challenges for our democracies are also evolving. And this is my third and final point. Foreign autocrats are targeting our countries. They are influencing our public debates, not only through our social media walls, but also in the halls of our university and in the lobbies of our institutions. We need to better shield ourselves from those who aim to manipulate our democratic debates. We have to bring covert foreign influence and shady funding to light. For instance, Europeans should know if a university course or an allegedly independent study are actually financed by a foreign autocratic regime. It is about transparency. It is about the resilience of our democracies. Because in a democracy, we all have the right to speak and we all have the right to know what we are listening to. And I hope that we can join forces and work together to better protect our democracies. Dear friends, the future of Europe is being written today. And you, the members of national parliaments, you are the voice of the European people. Today, your contribution is more important than ever, because Europe is what we all make of it. So I wish you a successful plenary, and long live Europe.
Det, kära vänner, kallar jag ett...
Well, dear friends, that's what I would say is an inspirational speech and a nice greeting to all of us here at the COSAC meeting. It is now time to start our first proper session of substance, and I'm happy to see our EU Minister from the Swedish Presidency, Jessica Rosvall, enter the chamber. I'm going to try and filibuster a little bit now for 30 seconds or so she has time to get set up and ready. The first session will focus on the Swedish presidency of the EU Council of Ministers. So, with that, allow me to warmly welcome our EU Minister, Jessica Rosvall. Please take the floor from the rostrum.
What a good timing for me. Thank you, dear Chair of the Committee on EU Affairs, dear Hans, and also dear members of national parliaments, members of European Parliament, and ladies and gentlemen. First, thank you for yesterday evening on the Junibacken, this magnificent venue, and also the story train, which I really appreciated. And as I said yesterday, I have been there several times. That is always so much amusement to be there. And thank you for inviting me to COSAC plenary meeting. This is, for me, a familiar context as former MP and also second vice chair of Swedish Riksdag and Committee on EU Affairs. I'm very much appreciating being invited here today as Minister of EU Affairs, having the opportunity to inform you about the Swedish presidency and our work so far. As Presidency of the Council, you work very close and with the European Parliament. Our dialogue and cooperation is of great importance. Therefore, I have traveled to sessions in Strasbourg every month to participate in plenary and debates to meet with MEPs. I have gotten to know the Parliament in the European Parliament, and I really appreciate our cooperation. After all, we are on most issues co-legislators. The same goes to the close and good dialogue that we have here with the Swedish Parliament, the Swedish Riksdag. For to have a strong presidency in Brussels, you need to have support from home. National parliaments play a vital role for the democratic process in the EU, and I'm happy to see so many representatives of the parliaments here today and to discuss EU matters. Today I will give you an overview of the work that we have done so far, share some reflections on the progress we have made and what to expect on the final weeks of the Swedish presidency. After that, I will gladly listen to your comments and questions that you may have. While we have less than 2 months left of our presidency, we still have over 1/3 of all meetings in Sweden to go. And many formal meetings left to share in Brussels. In other words, the last weeks will be very intense. At 75% of the presidencies has passed, I'm happy to say that we have made progress to make Europe safer, greener and freer. Looking forward, we anticipate a number of difficult negotiations, but as always, we keep these priorities in mind. The first priority. First, providing support to Ukraine. and putting pressure on Russia's regime remains the top priority for our presidency. This should come as no surprise. It has been clear from the start that our presidency would be defined by Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine, which is just also what was for the French and the Czech presidency before ours. For example, we have worked hard to increase the pressure on Russia through sanctions. To adopt the 10th sanction package was a very important signal from the members that we have not slowed down on these efforts. I would say that whenever a new sanction package has been adopted, the question is quite obvious, immediately raised, when will the next package come? I think it's easy to lose perspective, because agreeing on 10 sanction packages in 12 months is quite historic. And they are much more hard-hitting than many have had expected. But the sanctions has not been perfect. In particular, we have had trouble with sanctions evasions and circumventions. And because of this, the Commission have now presented an 11th sanction package which focuses on circumventions. And the discussions are already ongoing in the Council how to move forward. In this context, I also want to raise the need to harmonize criminal definitions of sanction violations, which we need to properly implement sanctions. The Commission's proposal on this was aimed in December, and we hope to reach a general approach at the Justice and Home Affairs Council meeting in June. Moreover, we have focused on providing as much support as possible to Ukraine: financial, political, humanitarian, and military support. For instance, the agreement on joint procurement of ammunition is a strong signal that we will stand with Ukraine. In terms that we see during the final weeks of our presidency, our focus will to reach an agreement on judicial resolution to prosecute Russia's crime of aggression. The agreement on the establishment of an international center for prosecution in The Hague, Ukraine, was an important step. Now it is crucial to get this center up and running. Furthermore, finding a way to use Russia's frozen assets to rebuild Ukraine is another priority for the Swedish presidency. To this end, we have set up an ad hoc working group where several options are being discussed in light of the necessity to respect EU and international law. The Commission's proposal is to use revenues from active management of Russia's state assets is currently high on the group's agenda. And I know that you will hear more about this tomorrow from Anders Arnlid, who is the head of this working group. On another note, Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine has made Ukraine's EU's accession process and the Union's enlargement more generally high relevantly again. Since the European Council's historic decision to grant Ukraine and Moldova EU candidate status, they have made remarkable progress despite the ongoing war and destabilization attempts. We look forward to the Commission's feedback soon, which will be important to guide their and our future work. Moreover, the Western Balkans has been high on the agenda during the Swedish presidency. Between the two of us, me and Minister of Foreign Affairs Tobias Billström and I have visited all countries, 6 countries in the region during the presidency. We have done so because the Western Balkans is not Europe's backyard, but rather its courtyard. It's a region surrounded by EU member states, and instability there also affects us. Thus, deepening our relationship with the Western Balkans is vital for our security and prosperity, especially in the current geopolitical context. EU's integration process for the region must continue. This goes both ways, of course. Candidate countries must also deliver clear reforms and results to meet the criteria for membership. Nevertheless, this brings me to the discussion of the future of EU. Because the future EU the membership of Ukraine, Moldova, and the Western Balkans is possibly other means that EU could be 35 member states or more. Obviously, this means that we have to reflect on how a larger EU would work. Are we fit for 35? They are not an issue that just one or two big member states should discuss, but we need to do so with all parts of the EU involved. So therefore, will invite my colleagues to such a discussion in the informal EU ministerial meeting in Stockholm in June. Besides these more existential issues, the presidency has worked as planned on the 350 files that are on the Council's agenda this spring. And let me single out a few more important ones before I hand over the floor to Mr. De Meo. As you know, migration policy has been a key issue in the EU politics recently. It is also a priority for the Swedish government. We intend to make as much progress as possible on the Migration and Asylum Pact before handing over to the Spanish presidency. Negotiations have been held at all levels, including during the extra-European Council meeting in February. The leaders will also return to the issue of the European Council in June. We have put great focus on the external dimension by implementing action plans developed both for specific third countries and for different migration routes. In addition to the negotiations in the Council, talks are being held with the European Parliament as they are dealing with the pact in parallel. It is positive that the Parliament is making progress on their side, reaching a position just a few weeks ago. Finally, I must also say that the current situation in Tunisia is very worrying. We are following the developments closely and are prepared to act if needed. Another area that has taken up a lot of the presidency's time is, of course, climate and energy issues, which was to be expected. Several important components of the Fit for 55 climate package has been negotiated under the Swedish leadership. As a result, we are now very close to finalizing the package, thus enabling the EU to reduce emissions to at least 55% by 2030. With Fit for 55, the EU will have a comprehensive climate framework. This is a major success both for the EU and for the climate. During the last couple of months, we have reached agreements on energy efficiency, sustainable maritime fuels, sustainable aviation fuels, and alternative fuel infrastructure. And on energy, the Commission's recently proposed reforms on the electricity market design and the Critical Raw Material Act are priority files going forward. We will do what we can to facilitate a position in the Council. It will then be up to the Spanish presidency to continue this work. In the current geopolitical situation, it has become even more important to strengthen Europe's competitiveness and growth. And that is the third priority. Because without a vibrant economy anchored in a strong single market, the EU's standing in the world will be diminished. We have worked hard to promote our priority on a long-term competitiveness. And in this spring, I think that we have taken a decisive step forward. Competitiveness has been put at the top of the EU agenda. In December, Sweden pushed to include an assignment to the Commission in the European Council's conclusion. More specifically, we wanted the Commission to present a strategy to boost Europe's long-term competitiveness and productivity. So now we welcome that the Commission has this long-term strategy and communication on the single market 30 years. On the last European Council, the leader agreed on important conclusions on this topic. They called for an integrated approach across all policy areas to increase productivity and growth, and tasked the Commission and the Council to take the work forward. As a first step, we will follow up with this relevant Council formation to report back to the Council in June. We will now make sure that the competitive strategy is put into action. When it comes to trade, the process regarding the agreement with New Zealand and Australia has proceeded successfully. The goal is to conclude the agreement with New Zealand and reach a political agreement with Australia during the summer. And meanwhile, the Swedish presidency has also made considerable efforts to agree on Council conclusion that will guide a reform of the EU's economic governance framework. This effort pays off at the ECOFIN Council in March. And now the Commission has followed up with a concrete proposal, and our goal is to start the discussion before handing over to the Spanish presidency. Reforming the EU's economic governance is essential to reduce high public debt and ensure that the Member States have sustainable fiscal policies in the medium and long term. Last but not least, we are very proud to host the 4th EU-US Trade and Technology Council, TTC, in Luleå in 2 weeks. This is a key forum for EU and the US to discuss the green and digital transition and how they impact our economies. Finally, the presidency has focused on upholding democratic values and the rule of law. In the Council, we have held country-specific discussions within the annual Rule of Law dialogue and have started a second round of these dialogues. I believe that they play an important role in creating a common rule of law framework in the EU. Moreover, examining your own country's weaknesses being questioned is also a fruitful and a useful exercise. In addition to these dialogues, we will hold Article 7 hearings with Hungary and Poland at the next GAC meeting. This is another issue where we are cooperating closely with the European Parliament, and just last meet I met with the rapporteurs and the co-rapporteurs of the Article 7 proceeding against Hungary in Strasbourg and exchanged views. To wrap up our presidency, we will arrange a symposium in Stockholm in June on democracy and rule of law. This will be a chance for experts from Member States, EU institutions, civil society and other stakeholders to discuss how we can improve our tools to protect democracy and the rule of law in the EU. So let me just, dear Hans, to end by coming back to what I said in the beginning. The presidency's most intense period is happening right now. This is the end when our negotiators in Brussels are literally working day and night. But by the end of this 6 months, I'm convinced that we will have delivered results for a safer, greener and freer Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear Jessica. That was an address with a lot of substance, so thank you. Now we have the first speaker, and that's Salvatore De Meo, the chair of the European Parliament's Committee on Constitution. So, exactly. Thank you, Jessica. So, prego.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the Swedish presidency for the invitation and for the warm welcome and hospitality. I am pleased to be able to speak in debate with Minister Jessica Roswell because I had the pleasure to meet her at the beginning of the Swedish semester during the work of a Committee of Constitutional Affairs, which I have the honor of chairing, because I think I was the first committee chair you met. Yes. I now ask you to put on your interpreting headphones because I will continue in the mother tongue.
Before I go on to make a few brief remarks on the current institutional agenda and indeed the constitutional agenda of the European Union and on the cooperation between the EU and the Swedish presidency, I would simply like to thank very warmly a number of people. As the minister said before me, the Swedish presidency has been exemplary in the way it has managed its presidency and the way it has worked tirelessly to strengthen the position of the European Union on Ukraine and to condemn robustly the war of aggression perpetrated by Russia in Ukraine. This has not been easy, but we need to work towards a peace which is endorsed by Ukraine, and this is indeed the strategy that we have all coalesced around. I would therefore like to thank the presidency particularly for all the efforts that have been invested hitherto, and I'm confident that the transition to the Spanish presidency will go smoothly in this and in other aspects. As the chairman of the Constitutional Affairs Committee in the European Parliament, you won't be surprised to hear me saying that we can only tackle these challenges if we make sure that we have the correct rules in place for managing our internal affairs. And the Swedish presidency has been extremely committed in this area too. It has been determined to implement the conclusions which were reached in the Conference on the Future of Europe. The implications of this are many in terms of democracy and more widely. The citizens throughout the EU have resoundingly asked for a different Europe, a more effective, efficient and tangible Europe. And they have made some suggestions which would lead to, and indeed necessitate, treaty change. During the course of the conference, a number of proposals have been put forward which could be implemented without treaty change. For example, enhancing the rule of law provisions, enhancing and improving the decision-making procedures internally within the European Union. Some other proposals would, however, necessitate treaty change. It is extremely important in the European institutions that we all play the role attributed to us by the treaties, and I think the conference has flagged this up. Under the leadership of the Swedish presidency, the Council has focused on drafting a number of independent measures which would enable the Council to implement directly some of the proposals emanating from the conference. In particular, there is a proposal that qualified majority voting could be introduced in the foreign policy and security area. Also, that passerelle clauses could be used more effectively and more frequently. This is quite an ambitious undertaking, and the Parliament is indeed engaged itself in promoting the opening up of the possibility of treaty change. We've adopted a resolution seeking to establish a convention on the treaties under Article 48 of the European treaties. And in this resolution, the European Parliament has underlined explicitly the need to change the voting rules from unanimity to qualified majority on the basis of 2/3 in foreign policy as a matter of priority. The Parliament has also said that it is vital that the treaties be modified in other areas too, so that our values can be upheld, our Article 7 values in particular. The Parliament has to have a proper right of initiative as well as the proper co-decision-making competence on the budget. The treaty attributes to the Parliament a number of very important rules in terms of health and cross-border arrangements, so we are determined to develop these. Our resolution has, of course, been forwarded to the Council, which will decide on the basis of a simple majority of 14 members whether to initiate such a convention. It is my hope that, of course, that this will indeed take place, and we have carried out some soundings on this. I sincerely hope that before the end of the Swedish presidency, the Council will have been able to, at least to initiate the decision-making procedure for the holding of a Constituent Assembly convention. This is what the citizens have asked us to do. This is what we want to see becoming reality. And we need to leave no stone unturned. We have to invest considerable efforts because in June 2024, we will be participating in our elections. This is a very important watershed for us. Important strategies are being put together to try to ensure that we have a strong, robust and credible parliament emerging from the direct elections in which the citizens of the EU participate. But there is much water to flow under the bridge between now and then, and much which we need to do in order to strengthen the rules governing these elections and ensure that we can have a proper cross-border campaign, that we can have genuine integrity and a robust system which stands up to foreign interference, and we can stand up for the genuine democratic principles on which the EU is founded. To that extent, the Parliament has introduced a complex range of rule changes to enhance the internal structures and transparency. And I'd like to thank the Swedish presidency because it has played its part in working with the Parliament on the new proposals on the electoral law, which we suggested. Also on the changes to the statute on funding political parties and foundations, and also on the proposal for rules on political advertising. We are very grateful to the Swedish presidency for all the work they've invested in a very complex range of topics. We rely, of course, on the member state parliaments too, but I am sure that the commitment of the Swedish presidency will remain at the very high level we've witnessed already, so that we will be able to deliver on these policy initiatives before the elections, because they are so critical to it. Then finally, I'd also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Swedish presidency very warmly. They've played a decisive role in shaping the negotiating framework for the accession of the European Union to the Convention on Human Rights and Fundamental Rights. And the Parliament awaits with great interest the outcome of the final negotiations on outstanding issues. And it is my personal fervent hope, that the institution will shortly accede to this convention of the Council of Europe. So thank you very much indeed. This is a very critical, indeed crucial moment in the history of Europe. This is the time we need to show the citizens how strong our Europe is, how strong our national parliaments is, how strong our democracy is. And these are the instruments of which we must avail ourselves to enhance dialogue, to bring our national parliaments and the European Parliament that much closer on an inclusive rather than exclusive basis. So thank you for organising this meeting, and all the very best of good wishes to the Swedish presidency for the remainder of what has been an excellent presidency hitherto. And congratulations also on organising this wonderful meeting. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Grazie mille, Salvatore. I'm now going to open the floor, so you can ask him for the floor. Once again, reminding you of this old Swedish habit that 1.5 minutes is 90 seconds. Please, when you receive the floor, stand up. The microphone is going to automatically be switched on, so you don't need to press any other button. We have now 32 persons that have asked for the floor, and we have around 1 hour, so that's quite good with 1.5 minutes speaking time. 20 minutes past 11, I'm going to give the floor to the Minister Jessica Roswall for conclusion and reflection. And then we're going to have a family photo, and then we're going to have coffee. So we have a very intense program. With this, I start and give the floor to the incoming country, the incoming presidency, EU presidency, and its chair, Susana Sumelezo from Spain.
Thank you so much, dear President. I'm going to speak in Spanish. Quiero agradecerle.
I'd like to thank the Swedish presidency for the help it has afforded us for almost a year now that we've been working, Spanish parliamentary colleagues, to carry out a report from the Spanish Parliament that we will submit to our government on the outcomes of all our deliberations with members of government, members of civil society organizations. And I'd also like to thank our colleagues from the different parliament who have visited us in Spain, or who we have visited at their places of work, to share their concerns about the different problems and issues we face today in Europe. We adopted a text initially. It still has to go through our committee. It will be sent to our government at the end of this month, where we recognize that we will be taking over the presidency, just like the Swedish presidency did, in a very complex political context. We can't choose the circumstances that we have to deal with, but we can choose how we deal with them. The Swedish presidency and next the Spanish presidency have both opted to do this in a united manner. The response from the EU as a whole has been clear. It has been united. Presidencies are shared successes. We will strive towards agreements to conclude on the largest number of reports possible during our 6-month presidency. We have a number of complex, difficult topics to deal with: the green and digital transition, strengthening social Europe, moving forward with the Immigration and Asylum Pact, and there are many other issues too. And of course, we must achieve peace in Ukraine. So thank you very much. I hope I haven't exhausted my speaking time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, well, the frankly answer to your question is yes, you did. But I also did a fault. I only gave you 1 minute and you was entitled to 1.5. So it was only 27 seconds too much. With that, next speaker is Stefano Candiani from Italy.
Grazie, signor Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. I'd like to thank Ms. Rosval and Salvatore De Meo for the introductions which they have given us, which are a good basis for the discussion. I'd also like to thank you for focusing on important issues such as the Mediterranean, because the Mediterranean is so important in many ways over and above migration, which is the area we always focus on. We need to focus on the Mediterranean from the point of view of energy and the strategic freedoms which we need to entrench, not least from an economic point of view. There are many issues, including migration, which have already been aired this morning during the earlier comments that have been made here this morning. I think that there are some very important relationships that we need to think about. Migration is not just a function of where people can settle within the confines of the European Union. It's more than that. It's become an instrument for exerting pressure on our democracies, and it is eliciting great instability in certain areas. Therefore, we need to have proper oversight over what is going on. There are concerns about what is going on with North Africa, for example. Investment is supposed to promote development, but we are not clear that the investment which is flowing into North Africa is necessarily creating development. And certainly investment from China is arguably fomenting instability. Therefore, we need to retain a watching brief right throughout our foreign policy and make sure that we are always acting in defence of democracy and entrenching democracy wherever we can. Migratory flows are a problem, of course, as it stands, but there are many upstream problems too, which are causing these major outflows of migration, of migrants, and therefore we need to make sure that we create and use the appropriate instruments properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Skols from Latvia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this panel is devoted to the single market 30 years anniversary, obviously internal market is very much dependent on external activities and very much intervene. This said, I'm pleased to hear that under the Swedish presidency we will deliver most likely on the free trade agreement with Australia and New Zealand. But nevertheless, if we have adopted the strategic compass and we talk about strategic autonomies in so many different fields, we have to be much, much bolder when it comes to signing new free trade agreements, the new generation agreements, where EU can actually set the clauses that binds the other agreement counterpart when it comes to abiding the human rights, when it comes to abiding the sanctions as well. This is something that we have to be very bold in our approach and signing new. And of course, on top of that, what we have to avoid is actually putting artificial stumbling blocks on signing new agreements. I do hope that Swedish presidency will still put it high on the agenda, Mercosur agreement, that obviously the next presidency will take over, because internal market, as I said, is dependent on external activities, and external activity is trade very much within the EU, and we have to strengthen and be bold when it comes to free trade agreements in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Next session is about the single market, but this is about the EU presidency, but it was a great intervention. With that, I give the floor to Arminas Lydeka from Lithuania.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, chers amis. First of all, to thank our Sweden colleagues for organizing this meeting, the summit here in Stockholm. The same, I hope that Vilnius summit will be successful for Sweden delegation as full member delegation in, NATO July high-level meeting in Vilnius. And the same, I hope that next year Stockholm summit, Eurovision summit, next year will be successful for Lithuania delegation here in Stockholm. Now about presidency of Sweden. First of all, of course, Ukraine. Lithuania congratulates the presidency of 10th sanctions package adopted and discussion on the 11th package that you have started. We urge include Rosatom and phasing out of the nuclear cooperation, diamonds, further banks, ICT services, necessary to close any exemptions and derogations, both in Russian and Belarusian sanctions regimes. Lithuania welcomes electricity market reform that was proposed by the Commission to address possible future crises. Need to maintain European Union competitiveness and ensuring green transitions. Hope for general approach by the end of the Swedish presidency. We congratulate Sweden, which successfully continue all procedures relating on to rule of law, annual dialogue and Article 7 procedures. In this geopolitical context, it is vital to keep European Union standards and at the high. We also welcome the agreement on the anti-coercion instrument that was reached between the Council and European Parliament. It is extremely important instrument to defend our economic interests against autocratic countries. Ačiū, Dankeschön.
Ačiū, Arminas. Then we go to Richard Hershik from Hungary.
Thank you, the floor. Mr. Chairman, Madam Minister, it is my great privilege to be here in the Riksdag again after 2009. I belong to those members who were present 14 years ago in the COSAC meeting during the second Swedish presidency. Dear Mr. Chairman, Hungary supports the Swedish presidency priorities, particularly concerning the security, unity, and the unity. I would like to take just 3 very short notes. Firstly, I wish to underline that Hungary is placing emphasis on the external dimension of migration. We fully support the presidency's efforts in this respect. We consider the importance that the member states' efforts to protect external borders receive a substantial contribution from the EU budget. Secondly, regarding the future of the European Union, as Madam Minister just mentioned, Hungary welcomes the new candidate countries, both from the Western Balkans and the Eastern Partnership countries. We hope to see Georgia among the new candidate countries. I urge, Mr. Chairman, to candidate countries to meet more and more accession criteria and conditions laid down by the European Commission, including the rights of minorities, more recently the acquired rights of Hungarian national minorities. Before closing, Mr. Chairman, let me also express my expectation that the European Union enlargement policy will gain new momentum during the next EU presidency, starting in July. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Maria Huber from Austria.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues. Today, Europe is facing numerous problems. The Russian aggression challenged the European values. The brutal Russian war against Ukraine has made clear that we need to get rid of fossil energy and that we have to speed up in this process. We must end our energy dependence. We have to move forwards towards green energy, energy independence, and energy security, of course. Therefore, I'd like to thank the Swedish presidency for putting the green transition on the agenda and all your efforts on this topic. It is very important that European Union is united and determined in this topic. The future of Europe must be built in an economical, social and environmental sustainable way. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. And then I give the floor to Ruben Moreno from Spain. Por favor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker. Allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate Sweden on behalf of Spain. Congratulations on your presidency. We've been following it very closely, as you can imagine, since we're up next. In terms of the priorities of the Swedish presidency of the EU, allow me to tell you that the Spanish presidency will look at the green transition, digital transition, and also the social agenda of the European Union. And we're also going to be talking about open coordination. We're going to talk about energy security, and we're going to be talking about our response to the migration phenomenon, the war in Ukraine, and of course the repercussions of the COVID pandemic. Now, in 2023, we had, of course, the previous summit for our LXIX, in other words, our Latin America Cooperation Programme, and you know that we had certain priorities that were set at that time. I don't know whether it's realistic for us to actually set an agenda that will go beyond strengthening multilateralism, cooperation, multilateral fora, and also bi-regional cooperation based on shared values and based on a vision concerning the future of free democratic societies going forward. I mean, that is the narrative, and in a way, that brings us up against a number of challenges. You know, for that reason, I don't think we should make the same mistake that we may have made in the past. For instance, Europe's involvement in Africa. Sometimes it was very much out of place. We want to be a lever for change, but we want to make sure that we do not replace very useful work that can be done in diplomacy. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ruben. Then we go to Luís Capolos Santos from Portugal.
Muito obrigado, senhor.
Thank you very much, Speaker, Minister. On behalf of myself and the Portuguese delegation, I thank you for welcoming us and organising this COSAC meeting, and I congratulate the Swedish presidency for its work as presidency of the Council and the Parliament for its work. Now, the backdrop to our conversation is Russia's aggression in Ukraine, advancement that have been reached in sanctions in the Union and unity of the Union, and efforts to rebuild this devastated country. We also congratulate the Swedish presidency on its work and progress made in terms of the review of the economic governance framework, which is urgent in terms of the new politic and economic realities in Europe. We have seen progress on the green transition and particularly progress in the Fit for 55 package and the reduction of dependence on gas energy. Now, we have high hopes for debates on new enlargement and plans on the institutional and financial levels. We are sorry that only 2 weeks from the meeting of the European political community, we see no progress when it comes to the content and institutional expression of this meeting. Finally, I'd like to end on a note of solidarity from Portugal for Sweden's NATO accession. We hope that this is swift and that this will contribute to European security and defence and the realisation of a Euro-Atlantic partnership. Thank you.
Obrigado, Luís. Then we go to Belgium and Gertan van Goydenshoven.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, la présidence suédoise touche.
Thank you very much. The Swedish presidency is approaching its end, having delivered on many of its objectives and priorities. From the point of view of security and unity, this has been a 6-month presidency, which has, of course, been greatly characterized by what's going on in Ukraine. Under the Swedish presidency, the resilience and humanitarian aid provided by the European Union have been put under unprecedented strain because there has been so much demand for it, not least in the wake of what has happened in Syria and Turkey with the earthquakes there. it is very important for our citizens that we address the consequences of inflation, which has challenged them so severely over recent months. The different economic blocs globally need to address all these challenges, and Europe has got to stand up for its own principles. We need a green Europe. We need to make the most of our internal market, address energy and the green transition. Our union has contributed more than the sum of its parts in many different respects, not least the gas purchasing arrangements. Belgium will be part of the Troika next year and will hold the presidency in January 2024. We therefore hope that we will be able to take our turn in making a very valuable contribution to a greener, more digital, fairer and more democratic Europe. Thank you.
France and Jean-François Rapin, s'il vous plaît.
Merci d'abord pour votre...
Well, thank you, first of all, for your warm welcome, Speaker. Obviously, your presidency has been impacted by the war in Ukraine, very much so, but nevertheless, you've managed to keep security here in Europe, you've managed to keep us competitive, and you've made efforts also in terms of the green transition and the energy transition. The Swedish presidency of the EU also adopted a whole host of sanctions against Russia and also munition to be deployed or sent to Ukraine, something we very much need. And of course, we have also supported the future accession of Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova. France is also very much in favor of Sweden joining NATO. In fact, the French Parliament has approved that decision. That was on the 2nd of August last. Of course, Sweden plays a very important role in the common defence and security of the European Union, and it has a very robust armaments industry, and therefore it is a very much needed partner. Also, with regard to the energy transition and the green transition, in other words, the second priority of the Swedish presidency of the EU, on that chapter, I think we can really welcome the progress that has been made in terms of the electricity market, also the transition, also discussions on the Fit for 55 package, and of course the finalization of the EU response to the IRA from the United States of America. Now, there are other issues, for instance, farming, agriculture, and the need to look at both green transition and at the same time the need for food security in Europe, particularly with the war in Ukraine as a backdrop. You know, the two need to be borne in mind, and that's why we need to preserve food sovereignty, and we also need to make sure that we're no longer dependent on the outside as a European Union. Thank you.
Merci, Jean-François. Then we go to Evin Insir from the European Parliament.
Tack så jättemycket. Thank you very much. And thank you to the Minister for this very important introduction. So I will try to not touch upon the issues that have been and focus on two other points. We see right now a democratic backlash within the European Union, and we see it beyond our own borders. And one of the most important tools that we have to address the backlash is, of course, the rule of law proceedings, the Article 7 proceedings. My very concrete question to the Swedish presidency is, how come that there hasn't been any Article 7 hearings taking place for until now, led by the Swedish presidency? Because it is, and we were many people who were happy to see that it was among the prioritized issues by the presidency. And the second is actually on another issue that is connected to fundamental rights, and that is on gender-based violence. I myself had the honor to be the chief negotiator on the directive on gender-based violence, or violence against women, and domestic violence in the European Union. I've heard that there are alarming information coming out from the Council that important actually parts of the directive, as the one on rape, has been taken out in a time when women are being deprived their lives because they're born women. It is important that we have a strong legislation to combat gender-based violence. Over 50 women per week are being deprived their lives in Europe, and we need to end this horrific violence that are taking place. Thank you very much.
Tack, Evin. I give the floor to Merja Kyllönen from Finland.
Arvoisa puheenjohtaja, distinguished speaker, dear colleagues, Our future involves a lot of uncertainty, the change in the security situation, the development of the markets, changes in geopolitics. That's why in our European family, I would like to emphasize the approach, the forward-looking approach of our dear Swedish colleagues, even in difficult matters. I am prepared to discuss endlessly, because it is only an untiring dialogue and discussion and the ability to reach agreements within our family that we can find a shared way of developing our EU family and to improve our futures together. Thank you to the excellent team of Sweden, and I wish you all the best of luck for the rest of your presidency, and I would like to wish the best of luck also to the Spanish delegation to your presidency, and I would also like to bittersweetly congratulate Sweden on your victory in the Eurovision Song Contest. We'll see what happens in the ice hockey rink. And in any case, peace and love for you all.
Well, kiitos Merja, cha-cha-cha. Elena Morelli, Italy.
Grazie Presidente, signor Ministro.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I know I only have 90 seconds, therefore I'm going to focus on two important points. One is the reform of the Stability and Growth Pact. We all recognize that we need a targeted revision of this pact, which has been temporarily suspended, but has got to be restructured. We need an industrial strategy which is visionary and strategic, and this is why it's so important. We're also focusing on the Resilience and Recovery Fund, which has equally got to be a robust way of channeling funding into our national budgets. We can't have excessive inflexibility because we need growth and industrialization. We need to invest in the digital sector, in climate, and these are two of the paramount challenges we face in this century. We've therefore got to impose a measure of fiscal discipline, but it has got to be realistic. We have to focus on SMEs, which have got to be supported so that although they can't avail themselves of state aid, can get some support in order to pursue a positive future. We also need to look at our relations with China. We don't necessarily have bilateral arrangements with China, but we need to look at the context of the Green Deal at what we're going to do with vis-à-vis China, because they don't necessarily have at all the same environmental approach to policy making as we do in Europe. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Georgios Kyrtsosos, European Parliament.
Thank you. Congratulations to the Swedish presidency for the good work, especially on Ukraine and the enlargement of the European Union. Nevertheless, I have to underline that the enlargement process towards the Western Balkans is moving extremely slowly during the past 20 years, creating additional geopolitical problems. In my view, there are three prerequisites for moving forward in a decisive and effective way. First, we need certain changes in the internal functioning of the European Union. In my view, it is practically impossible to have a European Union with 33 or even 36 member states functioning on the basis of the unanimity rule. Second, we should reward Western Balkan states that move faster in preparing for joining the European Union and aligning themselves with our foreign policy, especially relative to Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Third, we should find ways to increase financing and investment in Western Balkan countries, both on a bilateral basis and at a European level. COVID-19, Russia's war against Ukraine, the energy crisis, and the rise of inflation and international interest rates created additional problems for Western Balkan economies, and we should support them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then Andris Spruds from Latvia. Please, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, I'm happy to congratulate Sweden on successful presidency, on implementation of all the important priorities. Security remains absolutely high on agenda and will remain high on agenda. The unwavering support for Ukraine is one of our priorities and again will remain priority. But at the same time, war in Ukraine has incentivized to think also about other security issues. One is certainly the concrete, courageous, visionary neighborhood and enlargement policy. This has been lagging in many regards, and absolutely we should think about concrete roadmaps, how we can support the candidate countries, how we continue negotiation process, how we can also create new ways of actually converging the candidate countries and those countries already who negotiate with EU agenda. Second one is absolutely it's important to have promotion of security and I would say military resilience of EU. That's why all European peace facility and other instruments are important to use, but let's remember, we are still a close ally or close partner of NATO. With Sweden, and I'm sure with Sweden joining NATO, 23 out of 27 European countries will be NATO countries. So that's why Stockholm summits or meetings should be kept in mind with Vilnius summit as well, because EU and NATO certainly are going hand in hand. Thank you so much, and of course, good luck.
Thank you, dear Andris. Marko Pavic, Croatia.
Thank you very much. I thank the presidency for the program, and we fully support the three pillars, three main points of Swedish presidency. We condemn unprovoked and barbaric war with Ukraine, and we fully support Ukraine. Mr. Chair, you said this morning on EPP Group that 97% of Swedish people support Ukraine. I think it is similar in Croatia. And we need to stand united, not only providing weapons, but also we need to stand united on EU path of Ukraine and NATO. However, we must not forget Western Balkans and enlargement, and I really thank to the Minister that she put so much effort explaining Western Balkans perspective, of course, with meeting all the standards and criteria. As well, we support fully Sweden's path to NATO, and we hope to welcome you in NATO as soon as possible. Croatia is the country that experienced war, and we can offer to Ukraine our experience with war veterans, with demining. We are organizing a conference on demining in October later this year. On terms of competitiveness, we need to achieve Fit for 55, but we need also to make sustainable growth and new technologies. That's why we acknowledge CHIPS Act as one of the, that finished in trilogues as one of the main pillars for achieving this. And we have high expectations in Croatia. We expect formation of Center of Competence for Semiconductors and Chips in Croatia. Finally, on democracy, we fully support rule of law, the report, and Croatia will fully support this instrument in protecting EU democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Davina Samuthili, Malta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, I would like to focus my speech on three main points: the Ukraine, Swedish presidency, and green and energy transition. On Ukraine, whilst Malta condemns Russia's war against Ukraine and a violent violation of the international law, I would like to congratulate the Swedish presidency for the efforts shown to keep the European Union united and strong against this threat. The EU has shown for the second time in a short span that when faced with a crisis, it has the capability to respond with one voice. This is very important, and there is no doubt that the presidency plays a major role to achieve unity. I would like also to thank the Swedish presidency for putting migration once again on the EU agenda. The challenge of migration is still there and will remain with us for a long time. The European Union must continue in its efforts to try and find a common way on how to deal with this issue. While some important progress has been made under the external dimension of migration, I would like to see more progress on the common policy as a whole. Even on migration, Europe must do its best to speak with one voice. On the green and energy transitions, this is a huge challenge for the European Union, and it is not easy to achieve the targets set by 2030 and 2050 in the present economic and geopolitical climate. However, the EU should remain focused and determined to reach the established targets, as transitioning into a green economy is the only way to achieve a sustainable economy and save our planet. We have all experienced what price instability in energy supplies can do to our economies. Producing clean energy makes the Union self-sufficient with no negative impact on the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Davina. We go to Anna Maria Catauta from Romania.
Thank Chairman, dear Minister, dear colleagues. I also want to join my colleagues in thanking the Swedish presidency for the wonderful work and hard work you have done in trying to make Europe safer, greener, and more democratic. With the war in Ukraine, I think one of the lessons we have all learned is that it is very important to be united and to fight together against enemies that are from outside our borders. I think another thing we have learned is that we also have to be united inside the European Union and inside the European project. And unfortunately, I have to take this opportunity to manifest our indignation, my people's indignation, with regards to a certain EU partner that does not consider that Romania should be part of Schengen, even though we have fulfilled all the technical criteria, and this is very unfortunate. Also, I wanna congratulate President von der Leyen, even though she is not here, for also tackling a very important issue, such as is our dependency on China, especially on raw materials. And I do think that if the European Union and the European project does want to be a competitive actor on the global stage, and we all want to be that, we have to understand that the world is changing, and that we need to be aware of the new realities and tackle this with more reality and pragmatism. Thank you so much. Tak again. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. Marina Nicolaou, Cyprus.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations to the Swedish presidency. Now I will turn to Greek, if you allow me.
The European values should be based on the principles of international law, and European Union should be consistent with what it's preaching. The war against the Ukraine is against international law. It violates the sovereignty of an independent state, its territorial sovereignty, and together with intervention in the internal affairs are components of international law that should be adhered to. We want the same determination to be shown consistently in every case of violation of international law. That's why I remind you that my country, Cyprus, has been under occupation, the Turkish occupation, for 49 years. Turkey continues to cause tension against the sovereignty of the Republic of Cyprus. And whilst we're struggling for the liberation and reunification of our country, we are faced with the management of the refugee issue. We greeted and supported the immediate reaction of the European Union to the humanitarian crisis as again a consequence of the war, because in my country we know very well what uprooting means. We know what to be a refugee means. What is necessary is a practical solidarity to countries such as
Cyprus for the equitable share of responsibility with regard to refugees coming from the Middle East and Africa. We have to put an end to tolerance against vis-à-vis countries that violate human rights, that instrumentalize human pain. Dear colleagues, I'd like to close by saying that facing the effects of the war in the Ukraine should be focused on the citizens. The well-being of our citizens should be our first priority, and especially focusing on vulnerable groups who are called upon to raise this unproportional weight from the inflationary pressures. We need policies inspired by solidarity, social justice, and equality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we go to Bundesrepublik Deutschland and Dr. Anton Hofreiter. Bitte.
Ja, auch von meiner
Thank you. I too would like to extend thanks to you. Thank you to you, Hans. Thank you so much for organising this so well. Thank you for everything that we've been able to do already. Regarding the key topics, Ukraine and Fit for 55, I'm not going to say anything on those points because we actually have separate items on the agenda regarding these points. But I think the question of enlargement is one that we need to address together. It would be in the interest of the countries that would join us, but it's also in our own interest. It is of central interest to us to make sure that enlargement is a success story. So we need to make sure that any reforms going forward are such that we are able to, reconcile both interests from both sides, reconcile the two. And I know that there are some who might be skeptical about enlargement, but I think that it's important to make sure that they don't block the process, because that would be negative for all of us. Actually, over the last few months, I think there's been some positive developments. For instance, rule of law even with member states within the European Union. I'm thinking here in particular of Hungary. I welcome that progress. I mean, in a geopolitical sense, we will only be as strong as our unity is. If we are unified in terms of the rule of law, then we will stand strong. And therefore, I think it is of key importance for us to make sure that the single market is a success story, and also competitiveness. They need to be designed in such a way that ultimately we are able to compete with countries such as China, and that we can be sovereign, geopolitically sovereign, vis-à-vis countries such as China, not entirely dependent on imports. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, liebe Anton. We go to Raoul Bouke, Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, thank you for having us in your beautiful capital, Stockholm. Chair, the Dutch Parliament welcomes the 4 priorities of the Swedish presidency. They fit the challenges we are facing today in Europe. First of all, strengthening the safety and competitiveness of the EU while battling a fight against global warming. Big steps have been taken on this file, but also the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And last but not least, the challenges for democracy within the EU. And on this topic, I would like to spend a few words. For a couple of years, we have seen a trend of democratic backsliding in member states of the EU, along with the decline in the rule of law. Reports such as the annual rule of law report and the report of the Venice Commission of the Council of Europe are important to follow these developments. And I would hope that the next presidency will also put this item high on the agenda, because at the core of European cooperation is the rule of law as one of our most key European values. Thank you.
Thank you. Henri Alfandari, France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, just like the Czech and French presidencies before it, for the Swedish presidency, the agenda was heavily taken up by the war in Ukraine. Every day we're hearing reports of the violations carried out by Russia and the battles waged on Ukrainian territory. I'd like to congratulate the Swedish presidency for its work on economic aid to Ukraine, which has consolidated the unity of the Union in this very tense context. We now have an increased opportunity to prove our attachment to European values with this 11th sanctions package. focused on others assisting Russia, such as China. We are not yet at the end of the road, and we need to continue to show solidarity between Europeans in every field. When it comes to strategic and energy autonomy, we must help those member states who depend on fuels from Rosatom and Russia to find alternative fuels. And this choice will determine our collective independence. Thank you.
Merci, Andri. We go to Ruairi Umurchu from Republic of Ireland.
Thank you very much for inviting me here to speak today.
Of what has been said earlier, we all know the importance of accession and enlargement. We see the benefits, we know the hope that the EU provides. We also know we have to get our house in order as regards rule of law, and that will be also a requirement for those that want entry into the European Union. But we do need to provide people with a proper roadmap, whether we're talking about the Western Balkans, whether we're talking about the Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia. Now, at least I believe it is now a real conversation, which it wasn't previously. Obviously, the Russian invasion has absolutely changed geopolitics. And look, while Ireland is militarily neutral, we are absolutely in support of solidarity with the Ukraine. And I would also agree that we have not always been as proactive on many other issues throughout the world. I have to once again thank people across Europe for the solidarity that has been shown to Ireland through the entire post-Brexit situation, support for the Good Friday Agreement, and it's 25 years on. We obviously have the Windsor framework at this point in time. Hopefully, we will have an executive in the north fairly soon. Hopefully, parties like the DUP will come to the table. And I believe we will also have a wider conversation. It is already happening on Irish unity, and there will be a need for support from the European Union as we do the preparatory works and we move towards referendums. I think it's absolutely necessary that we deal with migration from a point of view of humanitarian and also from a point of view of absolutely necessary economic migration. If we're real about citizen engagement, we have to talk about protecting those that believe they're on the periphery of society and have no stake in society. And that is a protection that we provide to ourselves and against malign actors at this point in time. And the green and digital transformation has to be carried out with this in mind.
Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ. Πάμε στη Λιθουανία. Radvil Morkunaite Mikuliiniene. Τέλεια προφορά. Ευχαριστώ, συνάδελφοι. Αναμφίβολα, τον τελευταίο χρόνο περνούμε πολύ δύσκολους καιρούς. Για κάποιους ήταν δυσκολότερο να φανταστούν ότι θα βιώναμε πόλεμο. Αυτός ο πόλεμος που ξεκίνησε η Ρωσία δεν έφερε μόνο απώλειες και πόνο, αλλά έδειξε και τις τροτότητές μας, εξάρτηση ενεργειακή.
We always knew that Russia uses energy as a political weapon. And I want to say thank you, dear Swedish colleagues, for pushing forward electricity market reform. The other thing among many I want to say thank you is a final agreement among European Parliament and European Council on anti-coercion instrument. It is extremely important instrument to defend our economic interest and against autocratic countries such as China. The other autocratic country I would like to mention is Belarus, that we are living in our neighborhood. And you all perfectly know that they organized migrations flows, illegal migration flows, used it as a instrumentalized manner to breach European Union. Therefore, thank you very much for bringing up the migration causes, which has very broad aspects, and we will need to do more, of course, and to find agreements how to cope with these challenges. EU has to be a safeguard for acting according to internationally agreed rules and stay firm against those who are breaching or intend to breach international rules and international law, or those who tries to impose autocratic way of life on us. So thank you for your support to Ukraine and Moldova. Thank you for understanding that economic dependence on autocratic regimes is a challenge.
Ačiū, Radvil. Then we go to Poland. Sylwester Tulajew.
Dziękuję, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, we have to very strongly appreciate the work of the Swedish presidency, vital work in the area of security. Mr. Chairman, we will be discussing this at length tomorrow, but already I want to appreciate the involvement of the Swedish presidency and the involvement of all the countries in the area of security. The Swedish presidency has taken very active work to maintain uniform support for Ukraine and to exert further pressure in terms of sanctions on Russia and Belarus. Poland has appreciated these activities greatly. While work is going on the 11th package of sanctions, it is also worth talking about making the sanctions more tight so that there is no countervening and going around the rules. Crucial work taken by the Swedish presidency includes a great contribution in March this year of the agreement on supplying ammunition to Ukraine. There will be joint work on that and joint financing via the Instrument for Peace, the European Instrument for Peace. This work is crucial. The political support for that, the military support for Ukraine is important, but what is also very important is the tragic results of the war, namely the suffering of people, especially children. We hear about thousands of children who had been abducted by Russians and moved deep into Russia, and they are being Russified. In a very harsh way, these children are taken away from their Ukrainian families and moved into Russia. Let us talk more about this internationally.
Thank you so much. Bojan Glavacevic, Croatia.
Thank you, Minister. I thank you for a very inspired address, first and foremost. As you know, enlargement was one of the most important priorities of the Croatian presidency, and it is also one of the Swedish priorities. And I'm very happy, and I speak on behalf of our whole delegation, that you stressed the importance of that process, and in particular, the importance of the Western Balkans. You spoke also about losing perspective in the context of sanctions. But when we speak about enlargement, it is also very easy to lose perspective. An example, in the proposed conclusions of this COSAC, we did not see a single word about enlargement. So I thank all of my colleagues here who spoke about the importance of that, because we do not want to lose perspective, dear colleagues. That's very important. And I would like to remind my colleague from Ireland who spoke a moment ago that sometimes it was the EU that failed to deliver on the promises, even when the roadmap was clear and when the candidate countries delivered on what was required. So if we want to reaffirm our commitment to the process, if we want to reaffirm our commitment to the Western Balkans, to Moldova, to Georgia, to all the other countries who look towards the EU for some perspective, I invite you all to support an amendment which we proposed, which kind of puts it into the domain of acts and not only words. Thank you.
Thank you, Bojan. We go to Stefan Musoy, Romania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mrs. Minister, dear colleagues. Romania supported the program of the Swedish presidency, given the established priority, especially those underpinning a stronger EU security, a strengthened resilience, and a new impulse for the economic growth. A more unified and resilient union requires, first and foremost, solidarity between the member states, which Romania has proven by contributing substantially to the EU's efforts to the response to the Ukraine war crisis. This shows that Romania is a reliable partner within the Union, able to respond effectively to major challenges. In this context, we regret the existing deadlock regarding the process of expanding of Schengen area, especially since this process should be predictable and carried out on an objective basis, ultimately contributing to the strengthening of the Union as a whole. Nevertheless, Romania will continue to be part of the solution for the EU's security challenges, but it will also take all the necessary steps to join the Schengen area, and in this regard, I would like to express many thanks to the Swedish presidency for the support given to our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Denmark, Kasper Sandkjær, varsågod.
Thank you, Hans, and thank you to the Swedish presidency for their work the last months. Also from Denmark, broad support for the priorities of the Swedish presidency. I would like to say just a few words on a topic that isn't a part of our agenda for the next couple of days, and that's migration. As you all know, we now see rising numbers of migrants and refugees coming to Europe, and some countries here experience numbers of migrants and refugees that are higher than we saw in 2015 and 16 with the war in Syria. And for us, that underlines the need for a new asylum system in the world, and that Europe needs to lead on creating a new asylum system that is more fair, more just to the refugees that today risk their lives crossing the Mediterranean, crossing Sahara, where it's up to the skills of the human smugglers to decide how many refugees and migrants that comes to Europe. We need to take the responsibility for a new and more fair system, and that is both to protect the European societies, but also to protect human lives. So just also for the minister and the Swedish presidency, I hope that you will spend time the last couple of months getting speed into the migration pact, speeding up returns of migrants, speeding up the work with creating more secure third world countries. Thank you.
Stort tack för det. Tack för det, Kasper. We go to Serbia. Elvira Kovac.
Thank you, distinguished chair, dear colleagues, Madam Minister. Swedish presidency's priorities reflect the positions this country has long been advocating within the EU, which also respond to the current geopolitical and economic challenges facing the Union, but we regret the fact that the presidency's priorities actually do not include officially the enlargement policy. Although the EU Western Balkan Summit held in Tirana on 6 December last year sent a positive message to the Western Balkans participants, the EU has lost precious time and great deal of trust in the Western Balkans over the past several years. It is very difficult, unfortunately, to maintain the enthusiasm of citizens for such a long time. Of course, as you, Madam Minister, mentioned, the EU enlargement is a two-way street, but the candidate countries cannot be expected to meet the accession criteria without the EU offering a credible enlargement perspective and real incentives that can provide real solutions to structural problems or open bilateral issues. The problems we are facing is an increasing Euroscepticism. We are closely following internal developments in the EU and are concerned about the same problems facing the member states, both economically and externally. But we can only hope that the European Union will successfully address the challenges it is facing and that the enlargement policy will not be called into question. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to North Macedonia, Arber Ademi.
Dear Chair, dear Madam Minister Roswell, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the Swedish colleagues for warm welcome and the hospitality, and to thank you for the all support during your presidency. I'm convinced that most of you are informed about the significant steps that the Republic of North Macedonia took over the past period in order to finally unblock its European integration path. Our priorities are clear. The Republic of North Macedonia is a full-fledged member of the European Union. The Republic of North Macedonia developing good relations with all neighbors, involved in all regional initiatives, open to the world, to the international community. Guided by these priorities, to which I, as a chairman of the Committee of European Affairs, personally focused on, and can responsibly confirm that the results are not lacking. North Macedonia, as candidate country for EU membership, had a really hard and difficult agenda in previous years, and it continues this year. With the implementation of the Prespa Agreement and the adoption of the constitutional changes, we changed the name of the country. Trust me, it was a difficult and painful process for the citizens. North Macedonia is a leader in the region and beyond in the culture of dialogue and compromise. Regarding the change of our constitution, the country is aware of the importance of adopting the constitutional amendments, and our energy for the European path are currently focused on the realization of this task. In the end, I am sure that the European integration process is in the interest of everyone in Europe, because if the Balkan countries are stable and prosperous, Europe is stable too. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Georgia and Maka Bochurchvili. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, first of all, for your invitation and opportunity to participate in these important debates. European security continues to be challenged by Russian aggression, and it is clear that ensuring security and unity remains an important priority for the European Union. It is also obvious that in order to guarantee European security, peace and stability should be achieved and sustained in the EU's neighborhood. Currently, we are living in a very complex geopolitical environment. Russia's unjustified war of aggression in Ukraine created additional vulnerabilities in our region. Last year, Georgia submitted application for EU membership together with Ukraine and Moldova. This is our long-standing constitutional goal, supported by more than 80% of Georgian citizens. We committed ourselves to fulfill the 12 recommendations put forward by the European Commission, and today we can affirm that most of them are already fully implemented. The European Commission report published in February this year also acknowledged the significant progress achieved by Georgia in the process of European integration. We have to remember that all this is taking place while 20% of Georgia's territory remains occupied by Russia, and we still face illegal military presence in 2 Georgian regions. Last year's decision not to grant candidate status to Georgia, like Ukraine and Moldova, left space for uncertainty and speculations. We expect that the EU will take a decisive step this year based on fair assessment, grant candidate status, and encourage Georgia to move forward on its European path together with other candidate countries. And we count on your support to achieve this important goal. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Maka. We go to Montenegro. Dragan Krapovic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Minister, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank you for having us here in Stockholm, and congratulations on successful presidency in these very challenging times to Sweden. From its foundation up until today, the European Union has encountered and dealt with crises, and it has overcome them and emerged from them stronger and more experienced in dealing with future challenges. The European Union, also under Swedish presidency, has shown its greatest values with unity, solidarity, determination, and as well shown how to protect its citizens and values, and has shown that there is no compromises in the fight for safety and security. Montenegro also has shown for the numerous times in its history that it belongs to the countries that have developed European democracy. Montenegro acts accordingly to represent European ideas, especially today when war in Europe is undermining the safety and security of our continent. The government of Montenegro has adopted protocol of the agreement of accession of Finland and Sweden into NATO, and the Parliament ratified accession protocol in July of this year, with the hope that the completion of the ratification process for Sweden will happen as soon as possible, because it's in all of our interest. In terms of safety, stability, and security for the entire Western Balkans, the strategic compass of the EU, which is complementary to NATO, will add value and contribute to more global security at the basis of collective defense. I must stress, Mr. Chair, that the EU must not lose focus from our region and enlargement policy. Why? Because the Western Balkans is an inseparable part of the same Europe. Therefore, the need for connectivity in the field of defense, security, energy, transport, infrastructure in the mentioned areas are also inseparable in the sense of our unity in the struggle to preserve and share common values. For the conclusion, the European perspective for the Western Balkans as a strategic and valuable choice is of vital importance for all EU members and its part a candidate states for EU membership. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We go to Kosovo and Resarta Krasniki.
Dear Chair, Mr. Wallmark, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure for us to be part of the COSAC plenary meeting in Stockholm today, and we are grateful to the country of Sweden for the support given to Kosovo. Kosovo is fully committed to its work regarding the priorities of Swedish presidency of the EU, such as security, competition, green, energy transition, democratic values, and the rule of law. Kosovo has proven that we strongly support and are in line with the countries that have opposed and imposed sanctions against Russia due to the military aggression on Ukraine. We also strongly support enjoying the common security and defense policy of the EU. Kosovo is a democratic country that shares common European values and based on European democratic values, with a clear orientation towards the EU. On this occasion, we thank the EU member states and in institution for decision taken to liberalization visas for citizens of Kosovo. We ask EU member states and in institution to put pressure on Serbia to implement the agreements reached this year, not to hinder Kosovo membership in various international organizations, and to stop the campaign made at undermining statehood of Kosovo. Even though in 2010, Serbia itself requested the opinion of the International Court of Justice on the legality of Kosovo independence, they still do not respect the decision of this court. Therefore, recognition of the state of Kosovo by the 5 EU member states, the acceptance of the status of candidate country for membership, as well as membership in the Council of Europe, will pave the way for lasting peace in the region of the Western Balkans and Europe in general. Otherwise, any delay in European integration process and continued non-recognition by these European states will increase an interest for Russian influence in the Balkans with the aim of destabilization. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, we go to United Kingdom. Lord Kinnoll, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and dear Hans, thank you also for your very kind words earlier on. The first item in the Swedish EU presidency programme was security and unity, making special reference to the importance of including other partners in this vital area. In the face of Russia's continuing and shameful invasion of Ukraine, the Swedish presidency has been energetic and excellent in maintaining that unity and in including other partners such as the UK, and here I pay tribute to the Minister for her efforts there. And note that President Zelensky, as I speak, is in the UK for meetings with the Prime Minister, following on from his German visit of yesterday. The post-Brexit arrangements between the UK and the EU concluded so far do not include any formal agreement on cooperation in foreign policy, security and defence. The British government view was that this would be dealt with on an ad hoc basis. My cross-party committee, in our latest and unanimous report just a few weeks ago, was again critical of that approach and recommended strongly addressing the gap in the UK-EU relationship going forward. Turning to sanctions, not only has the Swedish presidency been active in obtaining a further round, but also in encouraging better monitoring and assessment and better enforcement. And I congratulate you also for that and hope that you can get there in round 11. As we all well know, there are other threats from other authoritarian regimes apart from Russia, and a stronger and better coordinated cooperation amongst the liberal democracies will help lessen those threats. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Charles, and fantastic. We are on time. The time is 11:19, and it was supposed to end 11:20. So I give the floor to the Minister Rosvall to wrap up and comment. I think we have had a little more than 40 interventions, so good luck.
Thank you, Chair, and honourable members of national parliaments. And of course, that will maybe not be so easy, but I think thank you for all the comments and questions, and also for your support. And I'm happy that we can have this discussion, bringing representatives from member states of the Union, candidate countries, and third countries together. I think this is also especially important today in the context that we face common challenges on all fronts. Indeed, the ongoing war in Europe has demonstrated the need for cooperation. It cannot be emphasized enough that we are stronger together. As I mentioned in my introductory speech, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has brought enlargement to the fore. The European Council's decision to grant Ukraine and Moldova candidate status last year is an example of this. And ladies and gentlemen, I also think that indeed there is a new momentum here for enlargement that we need to grab. The Swedish presidency will continue to prioritize deepened relations with our neighborhoods and following the process of candidate countries closely. Looking forward, these 7 weeks that we have left will be devoting to keeping the pace in negotiation and preparing for a smooth transition to the Spanish presidency. And I know, and we are working very closely with Spain. A few of our most important items I would just say something about. Well, to continue, the support for Ukraine on all fronts, and I think that has been obvious from mostly of the interventions here today. And also to get across the finish line when it comes to Fit for 55 files. And also another question that's been raised a lot is to move along with the Migration Pact in accordance with the timetable. Someone said speeding up, but I think absolutely we do that, but keeping the timetable set up by the French presidency with the aim to conclude the pact back next spring. And to strengthen the rule of law. I was clear from the beginning of our from our presidency. I was clear that on Article 7 that we, in close collaboration with the Commission, choosing between state of play or hearings, and the timing also, and also in close contact with the European Parliament, as parliamentarians from the European Parliament also said, and also this is the one thing that we have chosen now, and also it will shine a light on the rule of law in the hearings at the GAC and also the symposium in June. And also, of course, to strengthen the European competitiveness, both on making progress on internal legislation, such as the critical raw materials, but also, as mentioned, and I don't really know where you sit at the moment, by including new trade agreements. So we have a lot to do on this upcoming 7 week, but meeting you all today has been an opportunity to gather the views that some of discussion that face our challenges ahead. And again, as being a former member of parliament myself, I really appreciate those perspectives, and I will bring them with me and also in the presidency in the final weeks. And with that, I thank you for your attention. I wish you fruitful and very stimulating debates the days to come, and also a very good visit here in Stockholm. Thank you much for having me here.
Thank you, dear Jessica, and it has been extremely appreciated that you have attended this session. I also want to add on a personal note, I'm not only the chairman of the Committee on EU Affairs, but I'm also the chairman of the Sweden's delegation to NATO PA, and we're going to have a session in Luxembourg starting on Thursday. So I really want, from my bottom of my heart, thanks all parliamentarians that have voted in the parliament for Sweden's accession to NATO. It's really important, and we're looking forward to the Vilnius summit. And thank you all that have, during this session, mentioned both Sweden and Finland. and we may conclude, and I say that to my Finnish colleagues, that we maybe won the Eurovision Song Contest, but you enter NATO before us. So with that, I conclude the first session. And now, two things. First, family photos. Please, all delegates to the front, here to the rostrum. Secondly, coffee. Thirdly, we start 12 o'clock sharp. With that, family photo. So, please take your seats. And you can also take on your headphones because I'm going to switch over to my native mother tongue. Så, kära kollegor.
Dear colleagues, welcome back. Welcome back after our photo opportunity and a Swedish coffee, what we call fika in this country. We're going to move on to working session number 2, 30 years of the single market. And as indicated earlier, this is in fact one of the most important cornerstones of the European Union and something that we have achieved. Like I said, 30 years of the single market, quite an achievement. And of course, the single market is a driving force behind growth, jobs. We should actually have an easier time of our travel, our purchases, our movements generally between EU member states. For the first part of this session, we've got 2 speakers. First of all, my dear friend, who is the Vice President of the European Parliament, Mr. Othmar Karas. And we also have with us the Director General for DG Grow, Kerstin Jorna. These are our 2 keynote speakers. And then after that, what I would like to do is open up the debate. You can sign up to be on the speakers list. I can see you're already doing so. And then, of course, at the end, I will give the floor back to both Othmar and to Kerstin to wrap up. Now, we will continue until 1:30 with this part of the session, approximately 1 hour and 25 minutes. Mr. Karas, over to you.
Sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender,
Chairman Hans Wallmark.
Mother tongue, ladies and gentlemen, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Colleagues from the national parliaments, immediate colleagues from the European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, members of staff. On behalf of all of us from the European Parliament, I'd like to thank you very warmly for the invitation to participate in this debate, and particularly the privilege of addressing you now. I'd like to thank you, of course, for the excellent cooperation we've enjoyed in the last period during the preparation of the Swedish presidency and the current presidency. And of course, we continue to work together as we look towards the transition to the Spanish presidency. But that's not what we're addressing right here and now. Here and now, we're focusing on one of the longest-standing programs in the European Union, which is the project to complete the internal market. On the 1st of January 1933, the Maastricht Treaty came into force, and that created the internal market. Our internal market is, of course, our home market, our domestic market, and it is what brings together the entirety of the European Union. Each individual citizen of the European Union forms a part of the internal market. And this is something which we need to remember, and indeed which we must not take for granted. On the contrary, we need to value what the internal market can offer us. It offers us cooperation, communication, the ability to deliver economies of scale and to maximize our benefits. The internal market brings us together, and it is based on common foundations. It's based, of course, on European law. It's based on the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. And, of course, it's based on the 4 freedoms. And I am absolutely certain that I can confidently assert today that it is a highly successful project. The 30 years of the internal market is a story of resounding success. And this internal market to which the citizens of Europe belong is something which is strong and is a vital market. It means that each individual citizen is a recipient of the added value generated by the European Union. And it plays a very valuable contribution to the European Union in the widest possible sense of the word. It brings us in Europe closer together. It is, in fact, the core, the very centerpiece of European integration and European unity. It is more. It's a key to peace, stability and prosperity. It's the driving force of our society and indeed our economy here in the European Union. But it also constitutes a driving force towards competitiveness and a framework on which we can rely, on which we build our shared lives. So it brings us together and it enables us to generate our economic and social added value. It does this also in economic and political terms. Of course, the internal market is founded on the 4 freedoms, on the dismantling of barriers to movement for goods, services, people and capital. And it is, in fact, the largest integrated internal market the world over. And indeed, we should focus more on this significance. In the European Parliament elections, which will take place on the 9th of June next year, a very large number of citizens will be participating in the election. So many, that's more than inhabitants of North America. We have 450 million people and counting in the internal market. And at the same time, we must remember that if the 450 million all come together in the internal market, this is no insignificant number. But it is still only one drop in the ocean in terms of the 10 billion global population, which we daily realize is the population of the world. Therefore, the single market enhances our strength in global competition, but it is responsible for many more things. 650,000 jobs have been created in the last year. 25% of the overall economic performance of the European Union is directly attributed to the existence of the internal market, and a doubling of trade in both goods and services equally has been generated by the existence of the internal market. It assures healthy competition, a stronger economy, stronger industry, and a better selection of better quality goods available at more affordable prices. It also makes it simpler to travel, to live, to study, and to work. And it creates more social justice and more social cohesion at one and the same time. We need to think only of European citizenship, of the Erasmus programme, a mutual recognition of diplomas, the elimination of roaming charges, the single payment area, SIPA, and the elimination of geo-blocking. And there are many, many more achievements which characterize the single market and its development. My home country, Austria, has actually benefited, being in the heart of Europe, disproportionately from the single market. Our exports alone to the EU have tripled, more than tripled. And I'm sure every one of us has, to a great extent, benefited directly from the internal market. We produce 2/3 of our economic revenue from the internal market within the European Union. So, colleagues, the internal market illustrates exactly what can be done when we come together on the basis of the values of our liberal democracy, our rights and our values, our law. But we need more than that. We also need the political will bringing us together, the political will which commits us to cooperate. But for all the many successes and the huge amount of undeniable progress, our internal market has not yet been completed, and therefore we need to act to ensure that we can make the most of the remaining huge potential. Therefore, we need to focus on what we can do to take it forward. We've seen in the context of Brexit and the pandemic and other crises what the challenges to the internal market can be. We've seen in terms of trade in goods, free movement of people, supply chains, inflation, energy prices, for example. We've seen a number of challenges to the internal market. We've now suddenly witnessed the brutal war of aggression against Ukraine perpetrated by Russia, which has thrown into sharp relief the importance of cooperation between member states. It has made us stronger internally, yes, as our debate this morning has shown us, in the face of adversity. Look at the energy crisis, the inflation crisis, and the climate crisis. They have shown us that we need to come together to espouse a Europe-wide EU approach. We have not yet completed the energy union, nor the security union and defense union. We don't have a digital union, nor the health union, nor the social union yet. And as yet, we don't have an economic currency bank or capital markets union. And I could extend that list considerably. We need to do so because these are the areas in which we need to act. And we need to do this because it's in our own interests, very much so. The internal market is not even yet synonymous with, for example, the Schengen area, nor is the single market synonymous with the Eurozone. And this takes its toll on the internal market. It costs, it creates barriers within the internal market, and these barriers we need to work to dismantle. And we need to work to be ever closer in energy, in technology, in our approach to the climate crisis and the environment. All too often, we have offshored our production out with Europe, and we have imported too much energy from out with the European Union. And we need to put a stop to this. Our considerations were too price-focused rather than quality and principles-focused, and therefore we've been taking trade decisions on an incorrect basis. And all too often, we've simply looked at the bottom line rather than how we could strengthen the internal market. Too often, we've resorted to a patchwork of patched together national arrangements or even condoned gold plating by national governments. And these all weaken the internal markets and weaken us, particularly in times of crisis, where this is so very clearly to be seen. Therefore, we know that we need to have the courage of our convictions. And we need to show this, because otherwise we will lose our place in the global market. We need to have a real European structure in place. Some 30 years ago, 25% of global GDP was generated in Europe. By 2040, the comparable figure will be some 11%. China and America will have overtaken us by far, and we will even be lying behind India and other states too. Therefore, that is the measure of the challenges before us, and we need to be more aware of them. We also need to be aware of the fact that we can change the trends in the European Union if we enlarge the internal market, if we deepen the internal market, if we have the courage of our convictions to take advantage of the opportunities that present themselves, if we are independent in competition policy and in our trade, then we can become a genuinely global player in terms of new green technologies, which are so desperately needed. We must not miss the boat, and we must not allow China and America to determine what the future looks like. Made in Europe, made in the internal market is the name of the game. This is the hour where the internal market is called upon to show its mettle. We need to come together. We need to work together in an ever more committed fashion. The internal market is a prerequisite for effective solutions to the many problems we face. We need to cut costs, enhance efficiency, and maintain and improve our global competitiveness. The growth of the internal market is essential in order to generate growth, to generate employment and economies of scale, and we have far from exhausted the opportunities which it offers us. There are many measures that we can yet take to facilitate free trade, free movement of services, and there is a huge potential here, which has been estimated conservatively at some 829 billion euros per year. This is an EPRS, European Parliament Research Service analysis, which I'm quoting here. Over and above that, there's this area of security policy and defence, where common procurement and infrastructural development could actually generate an additional 75.5 billion euros per year in higher economic output. It is up to us. The die is cast. We simply need to avail ourselves of these opportunities. We need to make the requisite investment in the appropriate places. These are opportunities where we have to invest in the correct places, in the correct way for the future. And we need to invest the money that we currently have properly. We need to focus our investment on promoting efficiency in the European Union internal market, first and foremost. And that in itself will deliver an enhanced and more efficient internal market. That in turn will be our first answer to the challenges posed by the Inflation Reduction Act of the United States. I think we don't communicate enough about the internal market and what it can actually do to respond to the challenges of the Inflation Reduction Act. We're always talking about the budget, about enhancing the budget, but the real first port of call is to enhance the internal market and to make it function more efficiently. Think of the potential that we can generate by implementing the Green Deal, by implementing Next Generation EU, and the same of Repower EU, the law on digital markets and digital services, and the EU industrial strategy. Think what these initiatives can actually generate in real life. Think about what the proposals on the development of the internal market can actually bring in terms of dismantling barriers, bureaucracy, and restrictions, the strengthening of competitiveness, and the enhancing of consumer protection. Think of the emergency instrument legislation for the internal market, the European Chips Act and the Critical Raw Materials Act, initiatives on artificial intelligence and cyber resilience, the dismantling of barriers to recognition of qualification and to hiring of expert workers, recognition of the need to harmonise home office rules. So the internal market is a resounding success and at one and the same time a mission for the future. So yes, we should celebrate it as a fresh point of departure where we can go forward confident in all we have achieved to much greater achievements in the decades to come. Thank you.
So, vielen Dank, liebe Ottmar. And then we have the next speaker. It's the Director General, Kerstin Jorna. Please.
Thank you, Chairman, dear Mr. Wallmark, dear Mr. Karas, honourable members of the national parliaments, honourable members of the European Parliament, dear all. I'm delighted to be here today in the Riksdag to take part in the 69th plenary meeting of the Conference of Parliamentary Committees for Union Affairs. And I thank the Swedish presidency of the Council of the European Union for organising this event. Today's discussion on 30 years of single market is a great opportunity for us to celebrate its achievements, but also to reaffirm our shared eagerness for democratic scrutiny and cooperation of our single market. And I really want to echo Mr. Karas here. It's our shared asset. It's our single market, it's not the single market, and it's not that single market. So, in times of pandemic and war, the single market is as relevant as it was 30 years ago when it was created. And I'd like to look at 4 specific perspectives of its relevance today. Single market protects us. Single market enables us. Single market makes our voice heard. And yes, our single market. The tangible benefits of the single market, Mr. Karas already mentioned it, they are plentiful. Undeniably, the single market has brought great added value to Europe as a whole, including 9% of GDP. The explanation for this is rather straightforward. The single market means more opportunities for people with regard to travel, work, or access to better and cheaper products, more opportunities for business to make cross-border trade and investment. And in short, it's more competitiveness through the single market. But beyond the deep imprint it has on our daily lives, the single market has also become some kind of irresistible driving force. It has given Europe weight and wingspan on the range to thrive. If you only look at how Europe managed to ramp up the vaccine production from 20 to 300 million doses within 6 months, making Europe the world leader in mRNA vaccines. See how we are putting an end with the Digital Services Act to the too big to care era of online platforms. These examples show how much the single market has become a key lever for industry. The single market enables us. This has been made clear with the pandemic. We learned it the hard way from the very first hours of the crisis that a well-functioning single market and a strong European industry are two sides of the same coin. And I saw with interest the report that was just presented this morning, understanding and highlighting these issues. Today, European industry is faced with the biggest challenge ever. With the green and digital transition gathering steam, we are witnessing a transformation of unprecedented scale and speed. In fact, we are transforming the economy of a continent. Decarbonizing our industry. In order to harness it successfully, we need to master net zero technologies. The net zero market is growing fast. It has great economic potential and opportunities in terms of jobs and growth. The global market for key mass manufactured net zero technologies is set to triple by 2030, with an annual worth of around 600 billion euros. And the technology, the innovation, is in Europe. So it's for us to take it to the market. Of course, our partners and competitors are deploying ambitious and even aggressive measures to secure significant parts of this market. A clean tech race is in full swing. From the United States to India, from China to Japan, all are investing massively in green innovation. Let's be honest, in Europe, no member state can tackle this alone. Joining forces, building new synergies, taking these technologies to the market, building the new business cases, this is essential for all of us. And I have to say, it's encouraging to see new forms of cooperation arising in many of these areas. Take, for example, the Hydrogen Valleys initiative. It's one of the latest initiatives and examples of how European cooperation can catalyze innovation, create jobs and opportunities while tackling energy issues. It's a new format of cooperation and very successful. The initiative brings several regions together on hydrogen production, transportation, and a range of cutting-edge applications, for example, chemical industry or steel industry, from clean mobility to industrial feedstock. It will contribute to building regional hydrogen networks and interconnections between hydrogen valleys and therefore driving forward the clean energy transition. So the impulse in the single market is bottom up through the regions, through the member states, and the approach is also a holistic approach, the full value chain, the full supply chain, not only on production. It's bringing together supply and demand at the same time. And if you can do that at single market scale, that becomes a business case. Another example of collaboration spanning across Europe are the industrial alliances. Since the launch of the very successful Battery Alliance in 2018, and based on this model, we now have the Hydrogen Alliance, Raw Materials Alliance, Semiconductors, and more recently solar voltaics. And in all these alliances, you have industry, you have innovation institutes, you have small and big companies, you have regions, and you have member states and the EU all working together and taking the focus on the full supply chain, not only on one technology. Also, as you know, the Commission has put on the table some crucial pieces of legislation: CHIPS Act, Net Zero Industry Act, Critical Raw Materials Act, to jolt European industry into action. These proposals will form, I would say, the industrial bedrock to which our green and digital transition will anchor itself. And I want to say a word about REPower, Net Zero Industry Act, and Critical Raw Materials Act, because one, they hang together. In REPower, we want to accelerate the deployment of clean technology, be they solar panels, hydrogen production, electrolyzers, wind turbines. But we need the material to deploy, and that's what Net Zero Industry Act. It enhances and empowers the production of these materials in Europe. And in a resilient way and sustainable way. And then you need some raw materials which we don't have. Rare earth, for example, for magnets, for wind turbines, lithium for batteries. So you have the Critical Raw Materials Act, which will take care that we have access to these materials. So this is how these three pieces of legislation really hang together. That's the first thing. The second thing is about the business case. These legislations is a new type of legislation. It's about the business case. If you want to establish a factory, you need access to land, access to finance, access to skills, access to market. That's when investment comes in. Now, when it comes to access to land, we're looking at permitting, which is very much, I know, a national domain. But if permitting, like it does today, takes between 8 years and decades maybe for certain installations, this is not a good signal for investors. So we are trying to work with member states on, having a more aligned permitting phase, a shorter permitting. We are looking at best practice for permitting, digital by default, a single window for the companies, no matter how many different authorities are connected, deadlines. That will make a change to national procedures, but we believe having this for some key technologies, for example, on the clean tech production, will make a difference and will help the continent and the single market to scale up these business cases fast. So I just wanted to explain on this. Then the single market makes our voice heard. I mentioned earlier how the pandemic had given prominence to the industrial dimension of the single market. Now, in the growing context of insecurity and ongoing supply shocks, fiercer competition around breakthrough technologies, the single market has also become a geopolitical tool. See how we are mobilizing and pooling our industrial capacities to shake up and accelerate ammunition production in solidarity with Ukraine and also for the sake of our own security. This goes to show that the single market is not only a driving force for Europe, but also an integrative power for other economies. In fact, since the beginning of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, the single market has been an essential lever for European solidarity and cooperation. I have in mind the single market program, thanks to which Ukrainian SMEs and young entrepreneurs are benefiting from the single market and are building their business cases of tomorrow. I come to my last point, our single market. You see, the single market has somehow transcended the original framework defined by the 4 cardinal liberties to become more of a policy compass and also a political catalyst. Of course, the single market is not a purpose in itself. It must work to achieve the objectives that we have in the transformation. And it takes dedication and quite some elbow grease to make it function well, day in, day out, even more so in terms of crisis. And it is a joint asset. And it's particularly true if we look at the green transition. There will only be a market for better sustainable products if rules are respected by all. Otherwise, if we are not empowering our first line of defense, customs, and our second line of defense, which is market surveillance, and work together in these, if the non-compliant products can come in, then there is no business case for compliant product. And that really pleads for working together also on market surveillance. When it comes to the implementation of single market rules, we are faced with a kind of twofold deficit. A transposition deficit. Sometimes the legislation doesn't progress timely in the national parliaments. And sometimes a conformity deficit, which meaning that the rules are there, but they are not implemented in a good way. And there are loopholes. And loopholes in any of your countries is a loophole for the single market. And it may hurt companies. As a Commission, we will keep ensuring that single market rules are consistently implemented and enforced, and we will combine preventive and remedial action, such as infringement procedures, but we will also continue to champion cooperation. Cooperation is indeed the best way to pool all the forces. A lot is already being made, in particular through the Single Market Enforcement Task Force, and implemented as part of the European Industrial Strategy. In this task force, member states and the Commission services work together at addressing concrete single market barriers. And it's not about conformity or not, or you haven't done your thing and blame you. It's the economy, stupid. Which are the barriers that stand in the middle of the single market and that they stop or hamper business, the business case, the rollout of technology and innovation in Europe? By the way, innovation we pay for a lot, because we invest a lot from the EU budget in innovation. But if we can't take it to the market, then there's a problem. So this approach, the economy only, is bearing fruit. For example, we had identified 800 barriers on regulation on professional qualifications or rules that really didn't allow to work across borders, including for installing solar panels or something like that, or wind turbines. And member states have actually rolled back almost half of these barriers that we identified. And the same is true for permitting barriers, administrative barriers, you know, like many paper copies in all kinds of languages. And member states are now rolling back 80 of those barriers. So it works. And that's the conversation and the cooperation that we also need to have. When it matters, we can do better. That we really found in this. So, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the single market is our shared asset. It takes European and national institutions, and regional as well, to foster and uphold it every day. Ensuring its functioning empowers citizens and companies alike. The dialogue and the feedback loop between legislators and administration is really the oil, or I strike that out, it's the hydrogen that makes the machine run. And that's why I'm very grateful having been invited for this debate today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kerstin Jorna. Thank you so much. Thank you for 2 addresses with a lot of substance. I now open the floor. The time is 12:37. We're going for lunch 1:30, so we have around 50 minutes. It's no problem. We have 33 that have asked for the floor. If people respect the time of 1.5 minutes, which are 90 seconds. If you're talking more, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, then not all can take the floor. I'm going to terminate the debate 5 minutes before 1:30 and give the last minutes to the two here at the front, Ms. Kerstin Jorna and Ottmar Karas. With that, and I hope that everyone understands the rules and regulations, I give the first to the next incoming European country, the Ruben Moreno from España.
Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, the single market was started in 1993. It has not just contributed to European integration, it has provided new opportunities to 450 million citizens. It has driven innovation. We've got the strategy that we're discussing now. It has contributed to making the EU one of the largest trade blocs globally, on a par with the US and China, and the third largest economy with 18% of global growth. Let's not forget to subsidize 70% of spending on well-being across the planet. Now, it's been 30 years, but it's not a static thing. We need to continue working on it. We need to eliminate the barriers to free movement, which do still exist. We must rise to the challenges that we've faced with the two last challenges in health and in the economy, and we will face new crises with the green and digital transition as well, as we've heard. We do have the tools, we do have the resources to do this, and there's a positive climate for external investors to invest in Europe and in our continent. So I'll conclude by saying being outside of the European Union is not the best idea if you want to win in the future. Thank you.
Gracias, Ruben. Christian Buchmann, Austria.
Liebe Kolleginnen.
Dear colleagues, well, the European single market is a success story, indeed. We have free movement of people, goods, services, and capital, free movement of all of the above. And thanks to that, our fellow citizens have achieved a degree of freedom which is unprecedented. We've got a dynamic development of our economies, and welfare has also grown. Prosperity has grown in the European Union. Having said that, there are external shocks. The pandemic, for instance, or the war in Ukraine, the war of aggression by Russia. These things have been mentioned, and it's a question of making our single market more resilient, to be able to cope with that and to continue to develop the market. We're talking about 25 million SMEs as well in Europe who could benefit from that kind of progress. We're talking about hundreds of millions of people who work for such SMEs. It would be a contribution to our common economic area and also making sure that we have greater prosperity within the Union as a whole. With a view to that, we need to make sure that in future development of the single market, we shouldn't actually create more red tape, more bureaucracy. No, we should try to make it less bureaucratic, particularly for the services sector. I think we should make things more straightforward. We need to work towards that, all of us together, to make sure that everyone can benefit from the single market and, of course, make sure that everybody abides by the rules of the game. We talked about supply chains earlier. They are important, and if we have more supply chains, then obviously we will be able to learn from the experience that we have garnered. This is the European Year of Skills, of course, and we can use that in order to consolidate our supply chains and also in our trade relations with external partners. Thank you.
Isabella De Motte, Italy.
Sì, grazie Presidente.
Thank you very much indeed. We've heard a lot said about the potential of the internal market, but we also need to ensure that we have more robust rules. This is critical. Better regulation is essential in order to have effective competition. We've also got to drive out unfair competition. I just want to focus on a few points. First of all, we need to ensure that the transitional state aid regulations remain transitional and that they don't turn into an advantage only for certain countries which already have stronger economies and bigger economies. We've also got to ensure there's proper scrutiny over macroeconomic imbalances. Trade balances of certain member states need to be carefully supervised. We also need to have better coordination of national fiscal systems so that tax is fairer and that there is no unfair tax competition. The single market has got to operate properly, yes, but this can only happen if the fiscal side is properly addressed and the various factors of production are properly managed. We need greater fairness, a more equitable approach throughout the single market, because that is the only genuinely competitive single market that we can manage to create. Thank you.
Thank you. Stefan Musoi, Romania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation for the statements of the first Vice President of the European Parliament, Mr. Othmar Karas, and Director General of DG for Internal Market, Mrs. Kerstin Jorna. In this regard, I would like to express to welcome the 30th anniversary of the single market, given that the free movement clearly represents one of the greatest achievements of the European Union. Being an MP in a country where the freedom of movement of citizens has been limited for many years, I can assure you that this fundamental right is highly cherished in Romania. According to the statistics of the European Commission in 2019, Romanians were by far the most mobile European citizens, counting over 2 million people living and working abroad, thus being net contributors to the social protection systems and economies of the host countries. At the same time, the Romanian road transport industry, the largest service exporter in our country, lost 2.41 billion euro last year because of the non-accession to the Schengen area, the sum representing the potential revenue losses and the current cost of carriers. In this respect, we regret that maintaining the discriminatory controls at the internal EU borders continue to have a negative impact on the lives of the mobile workers. Moreover, the obstacle to the imports and exports of goods harm the smooth functioning of the single market. Thank you.
Pierre-Henri Dumont, France.
Monsieur le Président, mes chers
Mr. Chairman, colleagues, I'd like to thank the Swedish presidency for devoting a session to the 30-year anniversary of the single market, of one of the big successes of European construction. The free movement of people, goods and services contributes to the prosperity of our continent, and we should remember this every day. Those who ask for less Europe, well, we should respond with a better Europe that protects the most vulnerable and frees energy. So it's been 30 years. Unilateral restrictions imposed during the health crisis and the supply chain challenges linked to the war in Ukraine threaten our partners. History should inform us when we make decisions for the future. In the short term, we must bring together initiative to strengthen resilience and the competitiveness of the internal market. I'm thinking of negotiations underway when it comes to emergencies and how we can react collectively to crises. We've contributed to discussions on this text, and there was a reasoned opinion that was critical adopted by the Swedish Parliament. The future review of the Delayed Payments Directive should also protect SMEs against protectionist rules. In the medium term, European industrial policy needs to go from words to action, and I congratulate the Commission on its contributions, as well as on critical raw materials. We need to ambitiously support European industry. We need to limit internal competition, but we need to have skilled businesses on European soil. Thank you.
Andrius Kubilius from the European Parliament.
Dear Chair, dear colleagues, since we are celebrating 30 years anniversary of single market, let's look from the practical point of view. What does it mean, integration into single market, for the new countries which entered the European Union during the last decades? My country, Lithuania, is a good example. Lithuania started negotiations for EU membership in 1999. At that time, our GDP per capita, measured in purchasing power parity, was only 36% of EU average. Those are the World Bank data. We were an economically poor country. In 2004, we joined EU and single market. Because of our integration into single market, till now we were growing much more rapidly than EU average. Now in 2022, our GDP per capita is reaching 92% of EU average. Single market means for us that we became as rich as almost EU average. Now we are at the level of Japan, according to that parameter, which is quite surprising for me personally. If we shall manage to keep the same speed of our growth, we shall reach Swedish level, Mr. Chairman, in 2033 as a level of 120% of EU average. That is what single market means for us. We want the same success for Ukraine and Moldova. Ukraine's GDP per capita 1 year ago was reaching 32% of EU average, like Lithuania in 1999. My conclusion, soft power of integration into single market is the most important European geopolitical instrument to spread prosperity, growth and stability on the whole European continent. Let's be not afraid to use this power.
José María Sánchez García, España, por favor.
Sí.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you also for welcoming us to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. If I may, I would like to touch upon 3 topics in my intervention, which have been raised already and which are mentioned also in the briefing note. The first point regards the single market. You said that it was our single market. That was what was said by the Director General of DG GROW. Now, the DG says our single market, our internal market, as if it were not a general internal market. By making such a reference, then I think in a way what you're doing is a single market which is that of the EU and then contrasting that with other external markets. I think it might be more apposite for us to speak about community preference, to revert to that concept. It's in the Treaty of Rome, for instance, for the Common Agricultural Policy. You may remember that that was a big success, particularly under France's leadership. And in a way, that forms part of the case law also of the Court of Justice of the European Union. There's in fact a ruling from 2003 which refers to that concept, but since then it's been maybe forgotten, maybe dropped. We've heard previous speakers, Mr. Karas in particular, who gave us a keynote statement. You have to remember this is about competition with China, but we're not on an equal footing in terms of European production. We're on the back foot here, but also the United States of America. Also in the briefing note, mention is made of the Biden administration and its new initiatives. Mr. Biden has accepted, in a way, the line towed by Mr. Trump. I mean, it's moderately protectionist, but protectionist nevertheless. I think I've run out of time. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Okay, muchas gracias. Vytautas Gapšys, Lithuania.
Gerbiami kolegos.
Colleagues, when mentioning the 30th anniversary of the single market, we may express our delight about the biggest success of the EU. This is the driving force of the green course. The economic sanctions and the war of aggression against Ukraine has demonstrated that it's extremely important to ensure secure supply chain with our partners. Lithuania is in favor of diversification of supply chains and trade development with our strategic partners. Lithuania is becoming a more favorable investment place, but we have to ensure the energy development, and we understand understand that we need to eliminate bureaucratic and other barriers. Integrated EU and energy market is the most efficient way to ensure sustainable and affordable energy for EU nationals. And we, of course, welcome the reform of state aid rules in order to make them favorable for green economy. But we should not make our market fragmented by this. We are happy that we took action to ensure single market competitiveness, but there are other areas which are rather fragmented, for instance, the banking sector or the financial services, which is damaging for the consumers. We would like to wish the single market to flourish, but of course there's always room for improvement. We should remember that. Thank you.
Günther Kriechbaum, Germany.
Vielen Dank, Herr Vorsitzender.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hans. Thank you. Colleagues, I'd like to underline one or 2 points. Our Romanian colleague has just said that Romania and Bulgaria are not members of the Schengen zone yet, and this is an absolute anachronism. We are actually destroying potential. This has an adverse effect on SMEs, on hauliers, on firms which have invested there, and therefore I would issue an urgent appeal to address that, because the hold-up is basically focused in one country. We need to resolve that so that we can overcome those domestic reservations and bring these countries into the Schengen fold. Secondly, yes, Otmar, the internal market is a successful project. It is a story of great success, but I'd like to underline what Christian Buchmann and others have said, which is that we mustn't rest on our laurels, because bureaucracy can take a severe toll on SMEs. Artisans as well. In my party family, for example, we've been discussing policy initiatives to address bureaucracy. We're suggesting a moratorium on red tape, on paperwork, that for an entire year there shouldn't be any more new legislative proposals or regulations, so that the economy can catch up, so that we know, and producers, manufacturers, industrialists know what they're dealing with. And then my final comment as I conclude is trade agreements. Trade agreements are an important concept, and I think we have every interest in ensuring that we have successful trade agreements which integrate with the internal market. Therefore, we need to be more courageous and ambitious. We should have EU-only trade agreements. And Mercosur, I think, is now superseded, and I hope that there will be actually a breakthrough on that even this year. Thank you.
Andrzej Grzyb, Poland.
Dziękuję, panie przewodniczący. Chcę podziękować.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for the invitation. This is a great meeting, and I wish all the best of luck to the Swedish presidency. I'd like to join the call of Mr. Kirchbaum regarding Romania and Bulgaria. It's extremely important. Otmar Karas talked about the 30th anniversary and the context of geopolitics, but let's remember that not everything is perfect. For example, services. And therefore, I support what we are saying in the notes. We have to remove all the barriers, red tape. We have to make sure that the internal market is accessible to everyone. And strategic autonomy, this is of vital importance globally. We can certainly perceive all the limitations and restrictions resulting from the pandemic, as well as the war in Ukraine, how much relocation we've been witnessing, how many challenges we've witnessed because of supply chains being broken. There was no medication, there were no raw materials that were absolutely essential. Chips and semiconductors are another important matter. We can't really create and develop AI, and we can't really make sure that the IT sector flourishes without all those measures of support that contribute to the autonomous strategy and integrity in the European Union and enrich our single market and make it possible to flourish here in the EU. Thank you.
Andris Spruts, Latvia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Single market certainly is the core of the European project, and the single market, it is what makes European Union what it is, successfully, domestically, internally, and relevant globally. And that's why, of course, for small countries, but not only for small countries, it is important to work continuously on completion of a single market, to reduce red tape, to reduce barriers. Of course, it is also national tasks, but here certainly the European Union, European Commission plays a role. Also on a harmonization of different regulations. And it brings me to the second point. The single market is of the people and for the people. And education plays here extremely important role. And we still see in the European Union that we are not recognizing automatically the qualifications of each other educational systems. So the recognition, automatic recognition of those educational documents, qualifications, are extremely important to make the single market not only of the services, goods, capital, and the people, but also the single market of the knowledge. Only on the single market of the knowledge we can build the digital and also the climate or green transition. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good. Vasily Dinciu, Romania.
Domnule președinte, stimați colegi.
President, esteemed colleagues, I have 90 seconds, so let me be very brief in congratulating you. We are cheering for you, Spain. But now, two phenomena linking migration and the internal market. I thank the colleagues of Mr. Krichbaum, who brought in Schengen and the injustice done to Romania. But let me also speak about the positive migration. We all know negative migration, which disturb our societies, but the free circulation of labor in the EU. Well, I can say Romania lost between 4 and 6 million, or has offered to the EU between 4 and 6 million excellent labor force. It's doctors, it's engineers, and much, much more. And when we speak about migration, let's take into account that labor migration has two components at least, those who offer and those who receive such excellently skilled labor force. Now, I believe that when we speak about a pact of migration and asylum, we do nurture the hope that Spain will find the means to solve two of those grievances which we consider are extremely important. First of all, let's be fair, let's stay fair, let's talk about rights and equal treatment to workers from Central and Eastern Europe who migrate to the Western countries of the EU, and those who prepare and train such labor force, they should be somehow compensated or at least recognized in this sense. Thank you.
Ruud Kolen, Netherlands.
Ruud Kolen, țările de jos. Mulțumesc, domnule președinte. Și mulțumesc președinției suedeze pentru
during this half year. We talk about in this session about the single market 30 years after it was founded in the beautiful city of Maastricht in the southern part of my country, the Netherlands. And we call it a success, a successful internal single market. And we applaud also the continuation of the adherence to the four freedoms of free movement of persons, of goods, of services, of capital, and so forth. But as has been said also by Mr. Karas, it is not finished, the internal market. There are challenges ahead. The energy crisis is there. And we applaud all efforts that are being made to really realize the Green Deal. But there are other challenges as well. The war, of course, in Ukraine, the terrible invasion by Russia, the digital revolution. The pandemic has been passed and hopefully it will not return, but it has been a challenge as well. And what we want to stress is that in order to be able to continue to have the single market, you also need to have the support of the people for the single market. You have to look into the effects of the single market on the social tissue in the membership countries. So the single market must also be socially embedded to be able to have its support of the population in the membership countries. And a Europe that needs to protect must be a Europe that must be really have a single market, which is our single market, a single market that takes care of all its people.
Georgios Kyrtsosos, European Parliament.
Thank you. The single market is the EU's major achievement that drives economic development and the improvement in the standard of living. The war in Ukraine tested, after the pandemic, the effectiveness and the resilience of the single market. Under conditions of extreme stress, we realized that the single market is incomplete and dysfunctional in certain sectors. What happened in the energy sector and energy prices could be repeated if the war in Ukraine continues and we fail to make the necessary corrections. Due to successive international crises and the antagonism, even rivalry with China, the single market has acquired a major geopolitical dimension. We are paying the price for our energy dependence on Russia, and we are in danger of strengthening our multidimensional dependency on China. Taking into consideration the initiatives of China and the USA in order to strengthen their respective internal markets and expand their economies on a global scale, I reached the conclusion that the strengthening of our single market should be based on new policies and tools. In my view, we should think out of the box and become bolder in our action. The European Union, including our single market, is shrinking in global terms. Our objective should be to reverse or at least slow this process. Thank you.
Konstantinos Efestasio, Cyprus.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations to the Swedish presidency. Well, there is no doubt that single market is a success on its own and a European conquest as well. I remember 30 years ago when I was a student in Brussels, I remember the social dialogue about all the challenges of the single market project. Today, things that are self-evident as regards for freedoms were thorny issues in the past. Well, in my country, four freedoms are not the case yet because of the Turkish invasion and occupation. What Europe needs today is to redefine the direction of the evolution of the single market in order for it to become a single social market. We have achieved many goals set in 1993. These objectives, however, weren't set in abstract or out of nowhere. They do have a common content, a common point of reference, which is the well-being of European citizens, the bien-être. So, together with financial growth and financial stability, we need to create a social network for the sake of European citizens that imposes the social reconsideration of financial policy and priorities. We need to get rid of the pressure of numbers in order to take a step forward. Thank you so much.
Ellen Samin, Belgique.
Geachte collega's, wat de Europese interne markt.
Thank you. In terms of the internal market, I might say that we've always supported broader and wider and deeper cooperation across the member states. For us, this is one of the essentials of the entire European project as it was established in 1950s, the ECSC and the EE originally, the EC. Therefore, now we have the political framework established in the Maastricht Treaty to develop the European Union still further. And we want to see a union of sovereign states. The pre-Maastricht situation, of course, is not something that we can recreate. But strengthening the internal market is one thing. We have to be a lot clearer about what we actually aspire to do. An open free trade area with free movement of goods, services and people is one thing, but how is it possible to strengthen it and deepen it in an appropriate way? It's being said that the internal market is a driving force behind the environmental and digital transition. The ambitions in the Fit for 55 package, for example, is only going to cause more increases in taxes, loss of purchasing power. If you look to Asia and America, you can see the sorts of challenges that we face and that we need to address. We've also got to protect the critical sectors such as energy, medicines, and we have to achieve better food security. Therefore, I want a sovereign energy policy in the European Union on the part of the member states. We need to support the individual member states, and this is something which the European Union has got to wake up and realize. Thank you very much.
Marko Pavic, Croatia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. EU celebrates 3 decades of single market. Trade in goods and services has doubled over this period, and Croatia is last of the countries that join EU and have benefited 10 years from the single market. But even with those 10 years and with the EU funds where we have 25 billion euros by 2030 from recovery and resilience and MFF, we see the growth economy from 61% of average of EU level to 73% in just 6 years. Schengen and Euro will fully benefit as deeper instruments of deeper integration of Croatian economy. We welcome all the Commission efforts on alliances, battery alliance. We have Rimac Cars, who produces the fastest electrical car, hydrogen, raw materials. I think we need to secure change of values of production in the EU. That's why we fully support CHIPS Act, and we welcome political agreement in trialogues, 3.3 billion euros of investments. We are glad that the last 400 billion euros have been found, and I welcome our MEP Carlo Ressler, who was rapporteur on Budget Committee, to secure it. As first Vice President Karas pointed out, we need to work together. CHIPS Act acknowledged that within the Pillar 1, and that's why I'm glad that IMEC, which is leading European R&D institution worth more than 10 billion euros, visited Croatia, that within the CHIPS Act we want to establish competence centers in Croatia, one of that at University of Zagreb. Finally, working together will secure leadership and competitiveness on the global level, and we fully are on board as Croatia on this path. Thank you.
Didier Marie, France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dear colleagues, the single market is at the heart of our European construction. It's a precious asset for our citizens, for the Union. The health crisis, the invasion of Ukraine have proven how important it is, but also how fragile it is. We need to safeguard it. We need to strengthen it, whilst at the same time, of course, not in any way jeopardizing the safety of our products or indeed harming our social rights and environmental achievements. We need to be careful about European actors taking on too much power when it comes to competing with other parts of the world. For instance, when we talk about investments, direct investments abroad, I think initiatives in that area are going in the right direction. We also need to make sure that we avoid abuse of dominant positions. Some foreign actors may try to occupy such a space, for instance, in the digital area. We need to counter this. Our market needs to remain open. We need to have tools in order to make sure that we can deal with any type of behavior that would actually impinge upon the freedoms of our citizens and our businesses. These last few years, we have unfortunately had to live through a number of crises. We were able to respond to them. We were resilient. We proved it. There are sectoral instruments which are currently on the table being negotiated that should allow us to make sure that we are equipped for any kind of shortages, for instance, critical materials, etc. We also need to make sure that we are independent, and we need to, I think, relocate some of our production. And therefore, I welcome the cross-cutting instrument, emergency instrument, that will help us in future, help our member states without blocking the single market. Thank you.
Hanna Kosonen, Finland.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja.
Thank you, President.
it's easy to continue from the previous speaker's speech. The common or single markets in the European Union are very important for small countries like Finland, and in terms of regulation, it's very important that EU is big in the big things and small in the small things. A few words on the use of AI. It has developed with big leaps during the past few years or even the past few months. Technology covers all fields, but regulation is lagging behind. Data and the uses of AI could result in better healthcare, better transport and traffic, and cheaper and longer-lasting products. But regulation for AI, we need that urgently, because if we don't have well-functioning regulation, data privacy, for example, can be compromised, or people's lives could even be in danger. And if we don't use AI in the correct manner, it can also threaten equality and democracy. We don't really know what kind of possibilities AI has to offer, both in terms for the well-being of people and nature. But it is crucial that the EU is there to develop its AI regulations. We need to lean forward here and not backwards. We need to be the global leader in this.
Susanna Correa, Portugal.
Obrigada, Sr.
Thank you, Chairman, esteemed members of the national parliaments and the European Parliament. The topic of the single market has been singled out as one of the most important successes, but the challenges are complex, presenting new challenges for the European economy and for people. This is the European Year of Skills, where we promote competitiveness, participation and talent, and we hope that through the European Year of Skills and through cooperation between the European Parliament and Member States and other stakeholders, that we can give a new push for lifelong learning through greater efficiency, greater investment and more information in improving skills and in attracting people with the skills that the European Union needs. We must strengthen the opportunities for learning, facilitate mobility, and facilitate recognition of qualifications, including those attained outside the European Union. We need to develop measures to improve skills, to improve the skills offering, and so that we can use the skills to overcome the barriers that have already been identified. Many thanks.
Peter Balassa, Hungary.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Honourable members, this is my first opportunity to visit Sweden, and thank you very much for welcoming us here in Stockholm. The single market, as far as I can see, is one of the great achievements of the European Union. It's provided opportunities for entrepreneurs, for businesses. They are able to actually carry out their business without any borders. And the European Union, like I said, has made a great achievement through the single market. Now, of course, it has also meant that we need to equalize things between different member states. Let me give you an example to illustrate my point. There are no differences in terms of prices for products between Hungary and other countries of the European Union. However, there's a big difference in salaries, in remuneration. So in terms of prices, we have reached a single market, but in terms of wages, we haven't reached a single market. And this, unfortunately, is detrimental to our workforce, and actually it's not good for anyone. You know, we need to be able to accept jobs freely, but that is only possible if we're not forced into such situations. And we have, on the one hand, like I said, a single union when it comes to prices, but we need to achieve the same kind of standard when it comes to wages and income. It is a responsibility and duty for the EU as a whole. Thank you.
Gaëtan van Goitsenhoven, Belgium.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, Europe can't be built in one fell swoop. It will be carried out through concrete actions. These visionary words were pronounced 73 years ago by the founders of our union and have become a part of our modus operandum. And the efficacy and the efficiency of the European institutions is constantly called into question. And we must recall the successes that our solidarity has built, as Robert Schuman said. The single market has brought solutions thanks to a shared willingness of our member states. Some are more significant, others more modest, but we have strengthened this common market through the COVID plan, the Repower EU, or more recently, the Green Industrial Plan. Colleagues, we see today more than ever before that our union and its solidarity has progressively become more consolidated. Of course, we must strengthen our resilience facing crises. We've got the green and digital transition, but I hold hopes that the role of the union will grow in coming years. Thank you.
Dr. Anton Hofreiter, Germany.
Sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender,
Chairman, thank you very much indeed. First of all, I would like to reiterate some of the points raised by one of the previous German speakers, and that is that the vast majority of members of parliament in Germany support accession of Bulgaria and Romania to the Schengen zone, and that is common across all parties. We want to see this implemented as rapidly as possible. The second thing, we want to make greater progress as fast as possible in the internal market. As we see it at the moment, there are still a lot of barriers, and we need more specific proposals as to how to eliminate them. My background was originally in local politics, and therefore I would say this. It would be helpful if the European Parliament and indeed the Commission could keep our focus on how provisions should be implemented at local level, for example, water management or urban transport. This isn't so directly relevant to the internal market on the face of it, but it does cause a huge amount of difficulty, and it can also have a very adverse impact on support for Europe and votes for Europe. Therefore, we've got to have the courage of our convictions in the internal market. We need to take hard decisions and ambitious decisions where necessary. We don't want 75% of arguably relevant initiatives whilst we're ignoring things that at local level could make such a difference to the daily lives of citizens, could win them over and not cause greater bureaucratic obstacles to stand in their paths. Thank you. Thank you very much. The single market, from our perspective, is harmonization of national legislation in order for our enterprises to be competitive on a global market. But it can all too often mean fiscal and wage dumping. That's the first thing you need to address. Secondly, legislative proposals under discussion would do better to be more focused on the SME sector, as others have said. This is 99% of our industry. We need to address this. European directives, including Fit for 55, are going to take a serious toll on our industry, our families, our public sector. Therefore, they have got to be kept to a minimum. Why do you think there are objections to them? Why do you think people are protesting about packaging regulations? Because they're completely disproportionate to the alleged benefit. They will also be detrimental to levels of recycling. It's not scientifically proven, it's not helpful, and it's also in breach of some of the regulations that should be implemented by 2025. Restrictions on the marketing of single-use packaging, for example, in pharmaceuticals and in the farm sector, is very problematic. They can be very important for protecting food, for traceability, for safe packaging, for protecting from allergens or pathogens, for example, which are ever increasing in number. It's very important that we also address reform of state aid so that companies are not facing difficulties in accessing funding, and so that SMEs know where they actually stand in terms of implementing the Green Deal policies. Thank you.
Kristina Madalina Pruna, Romania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, the single market is one of the main pillars of the EU. It shows that together we are stronger, we have stronger economies, and we are more competitive, even though we have a long way to go. War started by Russia in Ukraine had not only political but economic consequences, and we saw it with the energy and the grain market recently, which needed a response from the EU. The market is the only way to ensure competition and competitiveness to respond to the needs of Europeans in terms of jobs, but also goods and services at best possible prices. The industry should continue to be the driver of development. With all the green transition, we need to create incentives to create supply chains here in Europe for wind turbines, for solar panels, for batteries, for hydrogen, but also to create skills and jobs for the Europeans. And the raw materials are extremely important, but we need to make sure that we don't replace the Russian dependence with the Chinese one. We have to tap into the full potential of entrepreneurs in Europe to stimulate the SMEs that should continue to be the backbone for our economies without falling into the trap of starting a race over subsidies among the EU countries. We need to cut through the red tape, as it was said before, through attractive legislation, reduce bureaucracy and over-regulations. Finally, I would also like to stress that it's a real pity that not all citizens and businesses benefit completely from these liberties. Access to Schengen area for Romanians, but also for our neighbors, the Bulgarians, is key because the opportunities and businesses are lost, and also not only for our countries, but also for Europe as a whole. So, dear colleagues, let's remove these artificial barriers which create European resentment and skepticism. Thank you.
Ruairi Umurcho, Ireland.
The single market, with its imperfections, has been a real success. It's been a real success for the Irish economy. It's played its part in the softening of the Irish border and the reason why we've been shown such great solidarity. There are issues. People have spoken of financial services. We know we have our own issues in relation to insurance in Ireland. We are now talking about strategic autonomy. We know we need further resilience, whether we're talking about semiconductors, telecommunications equipment, or energy and food security issues we really need to deal with. But we cannot do this in an old-style protectionism where we impact detrimentally on more underdeveloped parts of the world. COVID showed us the importance of state intervention and cooperation, even where we had no competence. We need to do this as regards renewables, as regards offshore wind, green hydrogen, but we also need to protect our citizens. That's also protect our poorest citizens and protect the EU from malign actors. That's how we deal with state aid rules. That's how we deal with the fiscal constraints. That's why we need interventions in relation to cost of living, and we need to take on the energy providers. We need greater action on windfall taxes, on capping pricing. But we also need to be about justice and about decency. And we all need further movement in relation to the sanctions on Russia, but we also need to look at other parts of the world. And I know this week in Ireland, my own party, Sinn Féin, are putting forward a divestment bill, and that's to make it illegal for an Irish state entity to be a shareholder in companies that are involved in illegal settlements by Israel in the Palestinian territories. We have to be about fairness and justice. Guramayav Galer.
Thank you. We have now around 5 minutes left of our session. We have 11 people, 11 more that have asked for the floor. I'm now going to give the last 5-6 minutes to Kerstin Jorna and Othmar Karas. Then we're going to transfer all the that have asked for the floor to the end of today. You need to press the button when you come back, but we take it, we transfer it accordingly. But if you still want to have the floor after we come back from the lunch and have the quiz, then you need to press the button. But then you're also going to be according to where you are now at the list for people that have asked for the floor. With that, please, Kerstin Jorna and then Othmar Karas.
Very
very much. And thank you also very much for a really good debate on the single market. There was a big consensus. It's a great success. So I want to move to the more difficult part, the work we still have to do. And for that, I'd like to come back to my 4 points of the business case. Access to land, access to skills, access to investment, access to market. And then reflect a bit. On the access to land, I already mentioned it's about the permitting. And it will have an impact on national and regional, maybe, permitting procedures. But it's only if we learn from each other and have the best practice, for example, on digital procedures, that we will give a strong signal and help our companies to build a European business case. And I do want to say that there's also money available for member states to actually accompany that transformation of procedures under the technical support instrument. So it's not that we're leaving member states alone with grappling and how to do this, but there is also support possible. My second point is access to finance. Yes, the US and the IRA, they can say tax exemption and, it's a great business model in the US. We don't levy taxes at the single market, so we cannot say that. What we can try to do is to align more the EU budget, the de-risking of business cases, and the national budget's possibilities. And this is actually what we did with the Net Zero Industry Act, because we try to find a label for the best projects and the most relevant projects to increase the deployment of and the production of renewable clean tech, and then make different sources of money come together in a good way, and from a company point of view, in a predictable way. That's why we also changed our state aid rules so that they can be combined in a better way with also EU funding. Obviously, the more EU funding you have, the more aligned it's single market. The more national funding you have, the more you need to align it via state aid rules. So I'm just leaving this with you here. Then access to skills. We are proposing to change the way we've looked at this in the past, which is recognition of professional qualifications. Now it's really important to look at skills, i.e., can someone install a solar panel? And that means to know a bit about electricity and a bit about how to cover a roof. So we don't need both, but we need the skill. So what we propose is skill academies where people can actually, and workers can uptrain, upskill, and these skills would then be portable throughout the single market, which is very relevant, because if today you're installing windmills in the North Sea, you may be doing it from Belgium or for Belgium, you may be doing it for the Netherlands, you may be doing it for Denmark. And I also want to say here a word on the bureaucracy, because if you look from the point of view of the companies, which we do in the Single Market Enforcement Task Force, we invite companies. And when it comes to sending workers across borders, which happens all the time if you have these new equipment and new machines, electrolyzers, chip machines, you need to send your engineer to actually maintain this part of the business case. Now that is super complicated. And the summary that one of the companies had when we had these hearings said, I try to be as little non-compliant as possible. Because if I have to apply all the rules of all the member states, in addition to the European rules, I cannot be compliant. I thought that was a very sad statement, and we can do better on this one. And my last point, access to market. Of course, single market rules give access to market because they replace 27 systems by a single system. Now, it's important that in the transposition, we do not reinvent the national systems. But there's another angle here, which is public procurement, 15% of the GDP. And with a lot of, including towns and municipalities, will have to cover to change their hospitals, their schools, to make them more energy efficient. And public procurement can help here. And that's why in the Net Zero Industry Act, we propose that for public procurement of these clean technologies, when official authorities tender out, there should be at least 30% given also of value to resilience and sustainability. Now, I'm sure, I think it was Mr. Hofreiter, that the towns and municipality will say, go away, that's too complicated. You know, I go for cheapest price, which means China, and, you know, I don't want to complicate my life. But we need your help here, because it's only by leveraging that power of public procurement and public markets that we create a market for our companies to produce in Europe, because they know, okay, there will be this market and it's worthwhile producing in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kerstin Jorna. Othmar Karas, please.
Well, first and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all. We've had 26 contributions to the debate so far. And from the point of view of substance and from the point of view of a common will, I think really I was struck by the fact that you were very much united, and I haven't experienced that for quite some time. Allow me to pick up on 3 points, if I may. First of all, we agree the success of the single market must also be translated into our individual countries. Also, when it comes to lessons that we have learned, and also any shortcomings, any lacunae, any crises, we need to learn some lessons from all of that. That is my second point. And I would ask you, all of you, to take a look at this. You know, what are the shortcomings? And what are the lessons that we have not yet learned? And to share those points with the rest of us. I think it's a very practical suggestion. And then thirdly, we also need to look at how we can extend the single market further. I mean, there are opportunities in the future within this internal market, but for that we need projects, and we need to name those projects that will take us forward. I think we essentially are in agreement on a number of points. First of all, the single market should not have any barriers, any obstacles, and there should not be any different borders, if you like. In other words, referring to Schengen, all of the member states of the European Union should be members of the Schengen area. All of them, provided, of course, they meet the necessary conditions. And at present, there are countries that are blocked from acceding to that area. That obstacle needs to be removed as soon as possible. Secondly, in terms of our trade agreements, we need to make sure that they are premised upon European values and European law, and I think that all of the ones that have been listed need to be concluded this year. You know, it's not about an electoral campaign. We're talking about trade. It shouldn't be a discourse that we use in our electoral campaigns. I therefore very much hope that the Commission by this autumn will conclude all of these trade agreements. Thirdly, we've talked about SMEs and we've talked about municipalities or local government. Now, the European Parliament is very much in favour of the implementation of the proportionality principle. In other words, the same framework conditions, but at the same time, we should take into account the size and the extent to which people are affected by these measures, particularly when it comes to reporting. A fourth point, if I may, red tape, bureaucracy. I'm not going to promise anything new. We have a proposal from Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, and we also have the industrial strategy. Why don't we take that and run with it? We've talked about a cut to the tune of 25% in red tape through EU regulation, cutting red tape substantially. And we're actually grateful for any suggestions that go in that direction. A lot of people are calling for less red tape. I mean, the European Parliament, many of our members have actually mentioned this, and we have tangible examples, specific examples to mention in this debate. Also, second point, within the countries themselves, within the states, there should be no gold plating. This is my request to you. No gold plating, no additional regulation within the member states themselves, over and beyond what we have already agreed upon in terms of EU regulation. No gold plating. And then my penultimate point, if I may, in our discussions about the single market, I would ask you not just to understand it from the inside. The single market or the internal market is also a very important instrument when it comes to the EU's role in global competition. So not everything that is necessarily opposite on the inside, for instance, greater flexibility, greater individual approaches, not all of that will necessarily help us in terms of making us competitive vis-à-vis the outside and becoming a better place of investment. We have a new geopolitical situation. We need to make sure that the EU acts as a global player within that paradigm. And hence my request. There is a consensus here in this room. There is a consensus, and I really would urge you to make sure that that is backed up with the necessary political will. We need to make sure that we get the national majorities on board in order to make sure that we can have more European dealings together, all of us together. Thank you very much. And with that said, bon appétit, guten Appetit.
So thank you so much, Kerstin Jorna and Othmar Karas, and thank you all that participate here during this first part of this session. We have now come to the lunch. It's a buffet and it's served in the Grand Gallery. You find the Grand Gallery when you go out via the doors and then take left. We're also going to have staff that's going to help you, and we have also signs. So look for the Grand Gallery. We are starting again 2:45. Based on my experience, I recommend you to be here 2:40, so we can start exactly 2:45. With that, bon appetit for the lunch.
Welcome to Stockholm and to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. During the Swedish EU presidency between January and June 2023, the Riksdag is an arena for meetings and dialogue between MPs from the parliaments of the EU member states and the European Parliament. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. This year, we're commemorating 500 years of parliamentary work and decision-making. The Riksdag is an open parliament in central Stockholm. Welcome to the Riksdag.
Bienvenue à Stockholm et au Parlement suédois. Pendant la présidence suédoise du Conseil de l'UE de janvier à juin, Le Riksdag, le Parlement suédois, est le lieu de rencontre et de dialogue entre les membres des parlements des pays de l'UE et le Parlement européen. L'année dernière, la démocratie suédoise a fêté ses 100 ans. Cette année marque 500 ans de travail et de prise de décision au Riksdag. Le Riksdag est un parlement ouvert, situé au cœur de Stockholm. Bienvenue au Riksdag.
Welcome to Stockholm and to the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag. During the Swedish EU presidency between January and June 2023, the Riksdag is an arena for meetings and dialogue between MPs from the parliaments of the EU member states and the European Parliament. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of Swedish democracy. This year, we're commemorating 500 years of parliamentary work and decision-making. The Riksdag is an open parliament in central Stockholm. Welcome to the Riksdag.
Bienvenue à Stockholm et au Parlement suédois. Pendant la présidence suédoise du Conseil de l'UE de janvier à juin, le Riksdag, le Parlement suédois, est le lieu de rencontre et de dialogue entre les membres des parlements des pays de l'UE et le Parlement européen. L'année dernière, la démocratie suédoise a fêté ses 100 ans. Cette année marque 500 ans de travail et de prise de décision au Riksdag. Le Riksdag est un parlement ouvert, situé au cœur de Stockholm. Bienvenue au Riksdag.
Så, välkommen till...
So, welcome back from your lunch break. And I am impressed with your punctuality. I can see at least 4/5 of the COSAC has returned to the chamber, so well done. This brings us to the interactive part of our second session, which will be led by our moderator, Katarina Areskog-Mascarenhas, who has extensive EU experience as Secretary of State to our Prime Minister and at the permanent representation of the EU Commission here in Stockholm, and now she works for private business. So, warm welcome, Katarina. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and honourable members of national parliaments and European Parliament. I'm deeply honoured to be your moderator for the next 1.5 hours, and we will spend, I hope, an eventful afternoon together scrutinising the crown jewel of our EU cooperation, the internal market, in different ways. And I think it's great that you have dedicated today's session to the internal market. It is a subject that is well worth pursuing. We have heard that this morning. It is the foundation of our joint cooperation, giving innumerable benefits both to our companies, but of course also to us as citizens. But first, let me now tell you what's going to happen this afternoon. I've been asked to give my own thoughts on the internal market that I will do with a pleasure in a minute. Then I will invite two speakers, Mrs. Anna Stellinger, who is Deputy Director General for the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise, and Therese Svanström, President of the Swedish Confederation of Professional Employees, TCO. And then we will proceed to our interactive internal market quiz with the help of all of you and our eminent panel, which I will introduce in a while. And at the end, you will all have the possibility to comment both upon the quiz and the interventions, and we will take over the speakers list from the previous session. And then we will close the session with final comments from Anna Stellinger and Therese Svanström. But first of all, honourable members of Parliament and European Parliament, I'm very grateful for being able to give some of my own thoughts on the internal market. And you all know the benefits. We have heard them this morning. Economically, massive benefits when companies do not have to adapt to 27 different national rules, but can abide by one single set of rules. And socially, of course, tremendous benefits for us as individuals to work, travel, retire, study in other countries, and of course, much more and wider access to different products and services. It is also what makes EU a global actor, the attractiveness of our 450 million consumers. The rules we are shaping in Europe actually have a global impact. But in these times of war on our continent and increasing geopolitical tensions, I would like to take one step back and zoom out a little bit and think a bit about maybe the most important benefit of the internal market, which is something else. So simply, but also so brilliantly expressed by the French foreign minister 73 years and 6 days ago in the Schuman Declaration, and by creating coal and steel community, the first internal market, Robert Schuman stated that war should, and I quote, be not merely unthinkable, but materially impossible. And in these troubled times, I believe it is important to remind ourselves of the original purpose of the internal market, to create the circumstances that simply makes it impossible to start a war, to create a web of integration that ensures peace. And why am I saying this right now? Well, I think it underlines how important also the enlargement of the internal market is to other countries. And we know that the European Commission is in the process of successfully and little by little enlarging the internal market also to Ukraine. And it is not easy, and it will be challenging, but very, very important. The Schuman Declaration also said another thing, again simple but brilliant thing, and I quote again, Europe will not be made all at once or according to a single plan. It will be built through concrete achievements which first create a de facto solidarity. And this is so true. We're still putting brick to create the internal market building that probably never will be finished, because the architects are constantly changing and improving the drawings. And that is actually what we want, because in that process, the politicians and the negotiators of new internal market regulations, they become friends, and they realize that they have the same interests: to ensure peace and cooperation by directives and regulations, by negotiations, by exchanges like we're doing today, over and over again. This has been a fantastic success that we should never cease to celebrate, like we're doing, and in particular for the 30 years anniversary. But at the same time, we should not be complacent, of course. We need to keep renovating and constantly check the status of the building blocks of our fantastic common internal market house. What is the status of the internal market today? What can we improve upon to ensure its well-being and to harvest the fantastic potentials of the internal market that Mr. Othmar Karas so eloquently expressed earlier? There is, of course, a number of areas: energy, health, digital, and so on. But I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight 3 areas in particular. We need to build a true capital markets union. We need massive investments to succeed with a digital and a green transition. Public money will not be enough. We need private investments. And here, the EU stock market capitalization is half that of the US. It's lower than that of Japan, China, and the UK. But yet, Europeans save much more than the Americans. So the private capital is there. We just need to facilitate the use of it. Also, the EU venture capital market industry is 20 times smaller than that of the US. That means that when our innovations are created, they often go to the US to get capital. 2, you have heard this before, but we need, and it was repeated also in this morning's discussions, we need a true internal market for services. Services are 70% of our GDP, but if you take trade as a percentage of GDP, the internal market integration of services is only 7%, but for goods it's 24%. And we need to move fast to change this. And 3rd and last, enforcement needs to be improved. Some types of barriers have proven to be very persistent and very difficult to remove. Many of these relate to national regulations and to national administrative practices. So we need national administrations to remove them. And the Commission has suggested a new tool, a dedicated single market office in the member states, in the national administration, which possibly could coordinate the government offices in this task. That would be a great improvement and a way to involve the national administrations, I think, which could be very beneficial. So, honourable members, that's just to kick off our discussions. Thank you for giving me this possibility. And now let's proceed to the other keynote speakers. So I'd like to introduce Mrs. Anna Stellinger, a great friend of the internal market, and you work as Deputy Director General at the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Katarina. Distinguished delegates and guests, it is a true honor and pleasure to be able to be invited to speak on such a central topic as the single market. And I would like to extend a warm thank you to our chair and our vice chair. As Katarina said, I'm Deputy Director General and Head of International and EU Affairs of the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise. We are the major business organization here in Sweden, representing all types of companies and all types of sizes of companies. And we work on all issues that are crucial, essential to the companies that exist today, but also those who are yet to be born. I would like to use my time to focus on three questions, three rather basic questions. First of all, why we need to pay attention, even more attention, to the single market. Secondly, why we, from a business perspective, are concerned about some current developments when it comes to the single market. And thirdly, perhaps most importantly, a few words of what we would need from a forward-looking single market agenda. So why do we, from a business perspective, need the single market? And why do we need even more attention? Well, the answer is quite obvious. The EU is the world's largest common market, enabling competition and trade within the EU. And it's one of the EU's most strategic assets. We often say that this is the crown jewel of European integration, but it truly is. It truly is. And it is absolutely essential when it comes to the global competitiveness of our European companies. This is a very consistent message I get when I speak to any kind of companies in Sweden, regardless of sector, business model or size. They all say that the single market is our greatest asset in a very challenging world. So this year, we know the single market turns 30. I agree, it is a time for celebration, but I would say that it is not a time for complacency. We still have work to do. Standing still is not an option. It is a critical point in time, alongside with here and now measures that we need to take. We also need to have a larger focus on the long-term challenges. And here I think especially of the growing gap, what I would call a growing gap between the EU and the rest of the world when it comes to innovation, for instance, and growth and productivity. So we need to put more attention to a deepened and forward-looking single market agenda. This should be an obvious place to start, because we know that the single market is the very foundation, is the foundation for European growth, productivity and competitiveness. We cannot overestimate the power and the potential of the single market. So what then? If the single market is so important, what are our concerns from a business perspective? Well, let me take just a few examples. First of all, we know that the single market empowers the European Commission to act whenever member states fail to implement or when they breach EU law. Now, from the business side, we are a little bit worried that the Commission is not doing enough to safeguard the single market. And we also have a worry of self-inflicted damage. I will explain myself. In the EU, when we seek to establish a global level playing field, and here I think, for instance, of the US Inflation Reduction Act, we must make sure not to distort competition on the single market. We must not take any actions that will weaken the single market. It is a too high price to pay. And of course, from a business perspective, there is a sense of urgency when it comes to energy prices, for instance. We feel that very strongly on a daily basis. But here also, we must make sure that in all those cases, we do not put the single market in reverse. We try to accelerate certain sectors and technologies, and like the Commissioner Monti said, there's no point in keeping the single market free of anti-competitive distortion by firms if countries can then distort the same single market. So we must make sure that ideas and great ambitions do not weaken our single market. We are, from the private sector, worried that the single market emergency instrument, with all its good intentions, interferes with what should be pure business consideration, like the organization of our value chains. But then to my third point, perhaps most importantly, what would we then wish to see in a forward-looking, ambitious single market agenda? Well, we need an initiative to give the Commission the necessary powers to remove obstacles on the single market when we have member states who put them on the single market. But we need a broad focus, and this is one of my main messages. We need a broad focus. We talk a lot about clean technology, for instance, and clean tech is hugely important. But all types of businesses have a role to play. So a single market agenda needs to be broad-based. Limiting our focus to the green products is not enough, since we cannot know, I cannot know, you cannot know what the innovations and solutions we will see tomorrow. So there should be no limits to the single market, full stop. But unlike the single market in goods, just like Katarina mentioned, changes in the single market for services have not gone far enough. And as a result, we have a patchwork of national regulation when it comes to the single market in services. And that's why when we need to deepen the single market, we should have a radical push for the single market in services, similar to what we had in the Delors Commission when it came to the single market in goods. We also need better regulation. We need a regulatory framework, we know that guarantees healthy competition on the single market. We also need, like Katarina put out, consistent implementation of legislation all across the European Union in order to avoid fragmentation and distortion. We need to take those implementation aspects, we need to have them in mind already when we are drafting new legislation. We also need an innovation climate that should be strengthened, but in a principle-based and technology-neutral way. To improve the innovation climate, we'd also need to bring so-called regulatory sandboxes and experimentation into new and existing legislation. We welcome the competitiveness check recently introduced. We also welcome the renewed focus on better regulation. It will be key to check, of course, to do this check every time we have a piece of new legislation, but we also need to compare the regulatory burden in Europe for businesses to the regulatory burden to our competitors in the rest of the world. And finally, this will be my conclusion. A few words just on the single market and the broader competitiveness agenda. Europe has built and will continue to build our success on healthy competition and international trade. We look at you here, policymakers, to remove barriers. We need to create favorable conditions for businesses to prosper, which in turn will contribute to achieving ambitious political objectives. One of those objectives is, for instance, the green transition. If we want to have an ambitious agenda with a 1.5-degree target, and if we want to have a climate-neutral Europe by 2050, we cannot do this without the innovation in the private sector. So my message to you here in the discussions this afternoon is that we need to look at the short-term measures, of course, but we also need a longer perspective on how to build a competitiveness agenda in Europe based on productivity with also the single market at its core. I am convinced that if we lay the foundation for a more competitive Europe, then at its core we will have to find and have to place the single market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anna. And now I give the floor to Therese Svanström, who is the president of the Swedish Confederation of Professional Employees, TCO.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear parliamentarians.
Dāmas un kungi, cienījamie parlamentārieši, paldies par šo iespēju šeit piedalīties šajā ārkārtīgi svarīgajā sanāksmē. Es esmu Terēze Svans.
Which is the Confederation for White-Collar Employees in Sweden. We organize 1.2 million members in all sectors of the Swedish labor market. Our members are engineers, they are nurses, civil servants in state and municipalities, they are policemen and women, and so on. You find them everywhere in the Swedish labor market. Both in private sector and in public sector, and 60% of them are women. And to start, the Swedish presidency comes in politically challenging and turbulent times. We as trade unions and social partners feel that we must be involved in the processes going on in Europe, not least when it comes to the internal market and competitiveness. For example, the second priority of the Swedish presidency is about competitiveness. And there is nothing more competitive than a well-functioning labor market where strong social partners is involved and via collective bargaining can reach agreements like working conditions, wages and working time. But also on lifelong learning and skills development, which is so important for our members, but also for our economies and the internal market. And I think we need to talk about this in a more concrete way. I think the effects of the ongoing transition on the labor market can be summarized as follows. Some jobs will be lost, some jobs will be created, and most jobs will change and transform. And the speed of change differ, however, between sectors, between countries, and not at least important, between different companies. But they all have in common the real need for new skills. Lifelong learning is going to be crucial for all skills level. We are going to need it to avoid unemployment among those with shorter educational backgrounds, when new job replaces old jobs. But this transition will also impact mid and high qualified jobs. These groups of workers will also have to need to update their skills in order to stay relevant in the labor market. And in times of rapid change like this, well-functioning social dialogue is crucial. And I'm glad that actors like the European Commission and the OECD also note this in their policies. I am convinced that involvement is key in times of change in societies and labor markets. Always, but especially in times of great change, people need to be involved and participate in making important decisions about their future. That makes it easier to gain acceptance for change driven by, for example, automation or digitalization. Because if you want people to embrace change, you must provide them with security. In Sweden, we try to think among trade unions and social partners that we need to protect workers, not jobs. To be more concrete, what could and should be done in order to reach the 2030 goal of the EU of at least 60% adults in training every year, for example? When we ask our members of TCO, 4 out of 10 say that they want to reskill themselves at universities or other educational institutions. More than a third say that they are in need of reskilling, which they currently cannot receive from their employer. So we need to adapt to a completely new mindset, and we need to understand that an education received at university or vocational school is no longer valid for the entire career. Instead, we need to accept that employees, but also unemployed, need to reskill themselves continuously during their career. It's obvious that individuals are going to need to return to universities several times during a career or a working life in order to improve skills or perhaps change career. In other words, reskilling must be seen as something which happens regularly. This means that we must also demand a much more flexible training system where workers can participate, for example, in short, in part-time, and in online courses. And more workers will in the future have a high education already when they join the labor market. This means, for example, that universities must get involved and increase the flexibility of courses so that also university graduates can update their skills or change occupation later on in life. In other words, systems of education and reskilling throughout working life are perhaps more important than ever before. Shortages of skilled labor in almost every branch in all of Europe makes this even more urgent. And it puts the finger on the challenge. We need to improve our reskilling systems in Europe, and we need to ensure three things: that reskilling systems are accessible and flexible, that they offer relevant education, which is needed on the labor market, and that they are properly financed. And if we are going to remain successful in the future, I believe it's crucial that all workers are given the right tools to keep up with these changes. When it comes to lifelong learning and attaining the skills needed for the digital age, there are a shared responsibility as well. Employers have their responsibility, the state has a responsibility, and of course, every individual has a certain responsibility. But more and better cooperation is needed in order to capture all the necessary perspectives. Digitalization and the green transition are not only technical issues. Social dialogue has a crucial role to play for a sustainable and efficient implementation of new technologies. This is something that needs to be highlighted even more in connection with the forthcoming recommendation on social dialogue. Social partners should be given a clear role when it comes to designing transition systems. It is them, or I should say actually we, who are the experts on the labor market. You have perhaps, I don't know, heard about our newly concluded agreement on skills development in Sweden, negotiated by our member unions, which aims at and upskilling employees during their career, which also provides financing for necessary study leave. It has actually been called the biggest labor market reform in 40 years in Sweden, and it consists of three important parts. The first one is increased employment protection for workers in atypical employment like part-time and fixed-term contracts. The other one is increased employability for all workers through opportunities for skills development and retraining. And the third one is more flexible rules for companies to retain the right skills in the event of redundancies if it comes up. And finally, let me address an extremely important issue in this area, namely the gender perspective. We see great risks that women are not fully on board when talking about the skills revolution. Women still perform a bigger share in unpaid domestic work and have therefore a lower labor market participation rate in many of the EU member states. And the bottom line is that women today do not have the same possibilities to develop their skills, and this has to be fixed. We are talking about getting them into the labor market, about making career strategy a reality, which means improving our systems for childcare and elderly care. And unfortunately, things are actually going in the wrong direction, and we see a negative development for female labor market participation after the pandemic. This is, of course, a matter of equal rights, but inequality has also huge economic consequences. On a societal level, this is a waste of human capital, and the EU Commission estimates that the member states loses 360 billion euros every year because of the employment gap between men and women. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I'm optimistic that the internal market will be a cornerstone of the European economy, even in the years to come. But this requires that especially the EU member states do their homework properly. The aim should be clear. Every EU member state must have well-functioning systems for reskilling and upskilling in place. How this is done in detail should be left to the member states. But social partners, as experts on the labor market, need to be involved, as we are experts on the labor market. Or, as the OECD stated recently in their study, strong labor relations are key to reducing inequality and meeting challenges of a changing world of work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Therese and Anna, and you will, of course, have the chance to come back also for final comments at the end of this session. So now, dear members of national parliaments and European Parliament, it's time for our quiz to take the temperature of the internal market winds in this chamber. And to our help, we will have our eminent panel, who I would like to introduce, Mr. Ottmar Karas, First Vice President of the European Parliament, Mr. Per-Joan Pons San Pietro, Member of the Joint Committee for the EU Affairs, Spanish Cortes Generales, and Mr. Andrei Kolar, who is Vice Chair of the EU Affairs Committee of the Czech Chamber of Deputies. And you're wondering how this all will work. It's very simple. You will soon have the quiz questions coming up on the screen. And there will be 6 in total. And it's not an interrogation of your knowledge of the internal market. It's about your views of the internal market. And you can choose the different alternatives with the green, the red, and the yellow buttons that you have in front of you. And it is, of course, I should point out, not a formal vote, but we're still using the voting system of the Swedish chamber. And the rules are very simple. I will read a question and the alternatives. I will ask the chair, Mr. Wallmark, to open for voting, and then I will invite you all to vote, start voting. You have 15 seconds to do so. And we will see the results on the screen. And after each result, the panel will then comment each question. And after the quiz, you will have the possibility to sign up for the speakers list to comment the quiz and also the interventions. So I think we are ready. Let's start with the first question.
Katarina,
yes?
they look somewhat little afraid. So we underline that this is a quiz.
Yes.
And you find the bottoms, if you not have found them already, if you draw where you are sitting. So they are hidden bottoms. I hope that all of them have found them. And you need to put in your card. So you need to take off you need to activate the system with that card. So it's several procedures.
Okay. You need to activate the card. You need to press the buttons. You need to wait for Hans to say to press the button so you can vote, and then I will invite you to, when I say start voting, you have 15 seconds to vote.
For parliamentarians, this is extremely complicated. Lots of things to have in the mind at the same time.
Let's try. The first question will be a trial, let's say. So could we have the first question? So here you see, which of the below do you consider increases competitiveness in the EU the most? If you think it's strengthened resilience by EU's own productions, for example, critical raw materials, then you push the green button. If you think it's more open trade, for example, through free trade agreements and WTO reform, you press the red button. Or if you think it's a combination, if you are very diplomatic about it, you press the yellow button. So I think that's clear. And then I will ask Mr. Chairman, please open for voting.
So you can vote now, and you have 15 seconds.
Please vote. You have 15 seconds. And we have a result, as you would say, if this would be the Eurovision. And I think it is a clear result, strengthened resilience. And I will ask Mr. Karas, would you like to briefly comment upon the result?
Yes, thank you very much for all voters. I think we need a combination, and this combination is not a contradiction. Einerseits brauchen wir, und das haben.
So, on the one hand, as we already said, we do need to have free trade agreements grounded in our law, of course, and our values. And by the same token, we need to become more independent. And we've looked at how we might achieve that. And then thirdly, of course, we need to ensure that we have more open trade and essentially strategic autonomy, which means greater cooperation, both on an intra-EU level, but also greater external independence. So I think really that probably covers all the bases.
Very much, Mr. Karas. So a combination of the two, basically. Let's proceed to the next question. Here again, it's another question about how to strengthen competitiveness. What do you consider to be key for the single market to be able to strengthen competitiveness in the EU? If you think it's to speed up the digital and green transitions, you press on the green button. If you think it's to strengthen SMEs through, for example, a more efficient single market, simplification of regulations and good skills provision, you press the red button. And if you think it's anything else, it's a red button. And here we are a bit naughty because you can't do a combination. We force you to choose to make it a bit more interesting. I'm sorry about that. You have to choose.
So please vote now.
And we have a result again, red 56%, green 38%, and yellow 6%. And I will turn to Mr. Ponsampietro, who has the pleasure to comment on this result.
So thank you, first of all, and of course I voted for the first answer, so I will try to convince the audience. And I will shift to Spanish, pero sí que me gustaría hacer una...
I'd like to reflect briefly on what the previous speakers said. We're celebrating 30 years of a process, a Single Market Act, Monetary and Financial Union. All of this happened under the Delors Commission, and it's been 30 years of building the Europe that we have now, and I think this is a much better Europe than, for instance, when Spain was not yet a member. What am I trying to say with all this? Well, all of us here are going to be judged on what we're able to achieve on the first point here, the green and digital transitions. That's what's going to set the tone for the future for us and for the generations who will follow us. So to defend my choice of the first option here, I chose that because it is how this current legislature in Europe will be judged on its performance.
Thank you very much for those comments. And we will proceed to the third question. So this is actually about the digital and green transition. How can the single market contribute to a quicker digital and green transition? If you think it's by legally binding requirements for companies, you press the green button. If you think it's more a question about voluntary requirements, standards and incentives, you press the red button, and if you think it's something else, you press the yellow button. And I'm sorry again, we're forcing you to make alternatives where you maybe would like to press all the buttons, but this is in order to stimulate a bit the discussion. So, Mr. Chairman.
So please vote now.
And you have 15 seconds. Please start voting. And we have a result again, luckily. 50% wants to have more restrictions, legally binding restrictions, and about 40% more voluntary requirements. And I will ask Mr. Kollar to ask if he agrees with the chamber or he has a different comment.
No, thank you very much. I do agree with the result. I myself pressed the green button, so I think that we actually cannot presume that everyone is a responsible type, you know. And seeing the thing from the Czech perspective, if something is voluntary, it doesn't work. You need mandatory prescriptions, and things must be compulsory in order to make them work. So I do agree with the vote that has been just made here, and yeah, that's my opinion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And we will quickly proceed to question number 4. So, what do you consider to be the biggest and most important obstacle for SMEs to tackle? We have had a lot of discussions in this room about SMEs. Do you think it's legal obstacles and administrative processes? Then you press the green button. If you think it's a question, as I suspect Therese would say, a lack of good skills provisions, you press the red button, or if it's anything else, you press the yellow button. And please, Mr. Chairman, open for voting.
Please, I vote now.
We are debating now.
Okay. So please vote. Okay, this was an overwhelmingly clear result. 70% thinks that it's a question about legal obstacles. And then I have the pleasure to ask Mr. Ponsampietro again to comment on the result.
Thank you very much again, and I will shift again to Spanish.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I think that both answers would be correct. And a brief comment, if I may, I would just like to flag 2 ideas or 2 concepts. First of all, you need to have a climate of confidence for businesses, legal certainty. You need to make sure that you have economic stability. That's one thing. And then secondly, the issue of culture. Look at what happened during the pandemic. I mean, we saw what happened. You have a protectionist instinct. That tends to be the response. And therefore, SMEs are the first to pay the price for that. So protectionism is an issue, and we've seen that. We've seen that in practice, you know, with the Recovery Fund and with the various number of measures taken over these last few years. I mean, if you federalize things, if you work together, then the answer is more effective, and particularly for SMEs, it's more powerful, if you like. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we will proceed to question number 5. And this is also, well, this is a question about skills. How can the single market better safeguard good skills provision? So please press the green button if you think it's internal measures, for example, increased recognition of professional qualifications within the EU, even though we heard Kerstin Jorna saying you're more working on Skills Academy now, but we could integrate that in that answer. or the red button, more skilled workers from third countries, or the yellow. Oh, here you are lucky. If you can't choose, you can press the yellow button because it's a combination of the above. So, Mr. Chairman, please open for voting.
So please vote now.
Please vote. Many took the easy way out here. So we have 64% for yellow, 30% for green, and 5% for red. And I will ask Mr. Koller to comment on the result.
Thank you. I do think that a combination is necessary. It has been mentioned here quite a number of times during the discussion, the previous discussions. I think that one of the members of the Latvian delegation has mentioned that we still have problems with acknowledging education among the 27 states in Europe. I myself know what it is like. I have graduated from secondary school in Ireland, and it was very hard for me then to obtain my diploma back in the Czech Republic. So we need to really work hard on this, and improving re-education and requalification is very essential, I think, because there are people who actually, for whom it is hard to find new jobs on the jobs market. There are people who don't want to work in certain areas, so we also need to bring in people from the outside in order to fill these gaps. So a combination of both is definitely necessary, in my opinion.
Thank you very much. And then we proceed to the last question, quiz question number 6. And this is actually about your roles in the internal market. How can national parliaments best contribute to the strengthening of the single market's competitiveness and resilience? So here you can press the green button if you think it's through contact at an early stage of proposals with the Commission or national governments, as well as subsidiarity checks, or it's more through interparliamentary contacts, through contacts with members of European Parliament and interparliamentary cooperation. And if you think none of that is important, it's something else, then you press the yellow button. So, Mr. Chairman, please open for voting.
Please vote now.
Please start voting. That was an overwhelming result. 82%, many contacts with the Commission from now on and with national governments. And before I ask Mr. Othmar Karas to comment, I will also ask you all to sign up for the speakers list. We will transfer the old list, but there's also a possibility for additional speakers. So please sign up for the speakers list. And I will ask Mr. Othmar Karas to comment.
Ja, last but not least, ich teile vollständig.
Just by way of some general remarks, I absolutely endorse the majority decision. We do need exchange and dialogue and cooperation. Of course we do, but we've also got to be aware of the fact that we do have a lot of different parliamentary authorities in this country, and each parliament is responsible at its own level for the decisions which it takes. The European Parliament is competent in certain areas for European level decisions. The national parliaments are responsible to the national legislature and executive, and this is something we need to be acutely aware of. And if we make sure that we factor this into our decision making, then we will have the most positive influence as legislators and the most positive input into what governments are doing. So I endorse green considerably because it's very important, but I do also think that we have a great responsibility of which we can't be absolved. We're absolutely in the mainstream there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karas. And then we will proceed to the speakers list. We open up the floor for comments from the whole chamber. And I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Thomas Hacker from Germany to start with. And you have 90 seconds, I should say.
Ja, sehr geehrte Frau.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, I'm very grateful to COSAC for us to be able to celebrate 30 years of the single market here, to talk about it. I think it's important for us and for our citizens to be aware of this. I don't know whether they actually feel it in the same way as we do. It's not palpable amongst the general population. Single market, you know, capital, services, goods, but what about citizens, people? I think that's really important, whether we're talking about education, training, whether we're talking about professional opportunities. I think that that is really what will help us as European peoples and what will contribute to prosperity in the European Union. So this single market shouldn't be seen exclusively. It should be incorporated into our agreements with other countries, other democracies around the world, because it's only if we are united, that we stand together, that we can resolve certain problems. We are mutually dependent. We don't want to have a one-way dependency, for instance, as with authoritarian states in the past. But in order to be able to achieve this, we need to make sure that we are attractive, for instance, to other countries, the Western Balkans. We need to take pragmatic steps to make sure that we can meet the people of these countries halfway, and that they feel that being part of the European Union is good for me, it's good for my own life, and it's good for the development of my own country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Mr. Ludovic Goga from Slovakia.
Yes, thank you very much for the floor. I want to say thank you all the Swedish presidency for organizing this great day, and today the plenary meeting when we discussing more about business, not so much about politics. And I want to say after COVID inflation issues and the current Russian aggression against Ukraine and high energy prices raise a critical challenge in the area of competitiveness for EU single market. Supply chain challenges from energy products like natural gas and basic raw materials to high-tech components require attention. In this respect, I would like to ask how the EU will lose the issue of the different electricity prices in different member states. Because this will have an impact on production cost, as well on the standard of living for the citizens, and last but not least, the competitiveness for the companies in a single market states. We can discuss more topics, but I want to give the floor for many and other colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the floor goes to Mr. Boglarka Elis from Hungary. Mrs. Boglarka, I'm sorry.
Thank you for the floor. I can agree with most of your statements because the single market is undoubtedly one of the most important achievements of the European integration. The roots of it goes back to the year 1945, which marked the end of the worst military conflict in history and the start of US financial support to Western Europe. $25 billion arrived until 1948, and from June 1947, the European Recovery Program with $13 billion started as well. The amount of this support will be $380 billion at present exchange rate. But it was more than just money. It was the first step which encouraged the European integration and the strong cooperation among Western European countries and the more effective utilization of resources. Real GDP raised nearly twice as rapidly as during any comparable period before or since. It was only the beginning of golden age of economic growth in Western Europe. But Hungary not only later joined the single market, but also missed the golden age because communist regimes dominated in Eastern Europe, including my country, until the change of regime. Today, the single market should benefit all EU citizens and businesses and ensure more cohesion. Finally, two more comments. We fully support the further enlargement of Schengen with Romania and Bulgaria. And when we speak about equal opportunities and strengthening of European competitiveness, this should also mean that Hungary received the EU funds it is entitled to for saving our credibility. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And the floor goes to Mr. Robert Troy from Ireland.
Thank you. Can I start off by saying membership of the single market has truly transformed the Irish economy. For a small, open economy, our ability to trade in goods with harmonised regulation and the movement of people has enabled us to build a strong economy, enabling us to make the necessary investment in our services and our infrastructure and raise the standards of people's lives. And we've done so substantially over the last 3 decades. Looking 30 years on, I suppose, at some of the challenges that remain, and when you see the answer to question 1 today, not to criticise my colleague's response, but when people look to within to build our competitiveness, that to me gives rise of worry from a protectionism perspective, and we witnessed that during COVID, and that's something that we need to be very careful of. We also need to ensure that our SMEs, as has previously been said, can take advantage of the single market. The DMA and the DSA has now given harmonised regulation and legislation to enable SMEs trade in the digital space. We also need to look at facilitating our service industry take advantage of the single market. And finally, in the area of artificial intelligence, we know that regulation has commenced, but we need to ensure that the EU, that the regulation is much, much quicker than what it is heretofore and keeps pace with the advance in technology.
Thank you very much. And the floor goes to Martin Kinnunen from Sweden.
Thank you, and thank you for this interesting interactive session. The single market is truly a success story. When the single market now turns 30, one should emphasize that the single market should be the main focus of the European Union cooperation. The Union should focus more on its core tasks. For the single market to be successful, the EU regulatory burden must be reduced. And when new regulation is presented, old one should be phased out. Instead of focusing on new state aid rules and new industrial EU funding, the Union should try to focusing on restoring functions after the recent and ongoing crisis. Competitiveness, trade and innovation are what creates both prosperity and green transition. The solution is not state aid race against the US that can't be won or more EU funding. The Green Industrial Act is never going to be fair. No one, even politicians, know where the innovation is coming from. More European state aid are actually a greater threat to Swedish industry, jobs and prosperity than the American Inflation Reduction Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I invite Mr. LXIX COSAC from Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Poštovani gospodine predsjedniče.
Dear Mr. Chairman, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to greet you on behalf of Bosnia and Herzegovinian delegation, which marks its first participation at a COSAC meeting. After Bosnia and Herzegovina has received its candidate status in December 2022. For us in Bosnia and Herzegovina, this is a very important thing because we are getting closer in institutional terms to the European Union and its member states. We are aware of all the opportunities that candidate status offers, particularly the unique opportunity for Bosnia-Herzegovina to take part in democratic forums such as this one. I would like to congratulate the Swedish presidency for the excellent organization and their hospitality and their choice of priorities to be discussed. Although enlargement was not stressed or emphasized as a priority on the agenda, it is a latent topic of great importance for all of us. For instance, integration processes are linked to the strategic imperative of consolidation and stabilization of European political and economic terms. So irrespective of individual priorities, which are important in themselves, enlargement which is based on a fair play approach remains a contribution to European unity in terms of building a single market and building a systemic political convergence and strengthening of unity. And we are looking forward to taking part in these processes. And on this occasion, we plead that Bosnia-Herzegovina start their negotiations as soon as possible to take this next very important steps in economic, political and security integration of Bosnia-Herzegovina into the European Union. Let me emphasize that membership of all Western Balkans countries will be a win-win solution. And in economic and other terms, it is in the best strategic interests of both the European Union and the Western Balkans countries. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And the floor goes to Mrs. Maka Bushurishvili from Georgia.
Thank you. The single market is the EU's biggest asset. Over the past 30 years, it has proved its benefits and turned into the world's largest democratic single market and this #1 trading bloc. Association agreement signed in 2014 opened new opportunities for associated countries for economic integration with the European Union. We are committed to implement reforms that brings Georgia closer to the European standards and makes it more and more compatible with the European Union. Last September, Georgia expressed its intention to join the single euro payment area. We expect that intensive work carried out by the relevant authorities to comply with the required criteria will be assessed timely and Georgian banks will be enabled to join SEPA. Inclusion into the European free roaming area will be another practical step towards European integration. Providing equal tuition for students to study at European universities will further contribute to integration and create better opportunities for future generations. We need to work together to fight illegal migration and open legal possibilities to work and enable freedom of movement of people. EU should open real prospects and perspectives of integration for aspiring countries, contributing to advancing the process of European integration, to the free movement of goods, services, capital and persons. It will make them less dependent on other markets and create stronger bonds with the European Union. Enlargement of the European single market will bring new opportunities for the European Union itself and make it stronger and more attractive. Thank you.
Mrs. Fjola Ujkani from Kosovo.
Thank you. Since the end of the visa liberalization process for the Republic of Kosovo, this momentous achievement not only facilitated easier travel for our citizens, but also symbolized a step forward on our journey toward deeper European integration. Today, as we reflect on the accomplishments of the single market, we recognize that Kosovo's potential membership holds immense benefits for our nation. The single market has been a driving force behind economic cooperation within the European Union, fostering an environment of borderless trade, healthy competition, and shared prosperity. As we aspire to become part of this remarkable framework, we envision a future where Kosovo's businesses can thrive and our citizens can enjoy the advantages of a more interconnected and vibrant economy. Removal of trade barriers and harmonization of regulation have empowered businesses across the European Union. This is only possible if there is full cooperation and inclusiveness. Therefore, we request that Kosovo be given the status of a candidate country for membership in the EU and soon join the common market. Through our commitment, determination and strategic planning, we will overcome the challenges ahead and pave the way for a prosperous future within the European single market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I invite Mr. Mile Letkov from North Macedonia.
Here. Thank you. I want to say thanks to the Swedish presidency. Thank you for being a great host. This event beats even the Swedish summer. Meeting lasting same as your summers, the best 2 days in the year. Thank you. The European Union is the world's biggest single market with roughly 500 million people and with uniform rules and regulations. Thanks to the single market, where goods and services are traded freely among members, people have more choices, better prices and guaranteed quality and environmental standards. We should remember that at the beginning, the European project was not really about trade, jobs and currencies, but about something more basic, the need for peace. The fathers of the EU, Konrad Adenauer, Jean Monnet, Robert Schuman and Gasperi, they all wanted lasting peace. I have a feeling that the EU is regarding enlargement as a problem where a lot of energy is asked for accession of little countries. Small and weak markets in accession countries are not helping. They're just adding to the delusion not worthy. Countries and problems considered not worthy for the institutional energy of the EU. But let me assure you that that is not the case. The small nation like Luxembourg has proved that even a small country managed to play a crucial role in European integration and peace. My country has given many sacrifices for EU accession. Macedonia has even changed its constitutional name. But as a country, we have a lot more to offer to EU. My country is little, with clean water, sun, rivers, with wind wait to be harnessed, with mountains, with white rice fields ready to produce clean food for the EU. People from my country want the chance to be part of EU family without requests from neighbors. Opportunity to show that we can be one of the small countries that play a crucial role in Europe. To lead globally, Europe must be united. And what is my point today? Enlargement should be one of the steps in the single market development. Let's increase competitiveness of the EU by its enlargement. Let's give the EU citizen even more choices, even better prices, and even better quality and environmental standards from small countries in the Balkans. The best hope we have is that the EU and the Swedish presidency will move forward and the enlargement will be the part of the conclusion. Thank you. Sorry for the time.
Thank you very much. And I'll invite Mrs. Merja Kyllönen from Finland.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished colleagues, one important question is how shall we communicate about the good achievements of the 30-year history of the single market to our citizens who are questioning the EU, its significance and impact? How can we communicate what we have achieved together, what the challenges have been, and what we can still do together? How we benefit from and develop the opportunities of the single market without regulating ourselves to death. We are perhaps a bit too much in love with detailed regulation, which is bound to give rise to counter movements in relation to the EU's operations. We do need regulation, but we also need room for maneuver for the member states so that we can take into use the best solutions in a sensible and viable manner. Today, I would like to ask Othmar Karas about something that is particularly relevant to Eastern Finland. We understand very well that because of the war, cross-border cooperation partnership funding has come to an end, but it has been extremely important for the businesses in the region, especially in tourism. Has there been any discussion in the European Parliament about the possibility of new funding instruments when the new Commission and the new Parliament start their operations? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Mr. Karas would like to respond since there was a direct question.
Yes, we can. And I think we don't have to wait to the end of the period or the next period of the Parliament and the Commission. We have the possibility for the evaluation our budget in midterm. That is the process we have now. And please tell us which problems do you have with the new framework of the financial issues of the cross-border cooperation. Then I will discuss it with the members of the Budget Committee.
Thank you very much. And we are coming close to an end. I will invite 2 more speakers, and then I will unfortunately have to close the speakers list. So I will ask Mr. Vladimir Seapufo from Romania to take the floor.
Mulțumesc, doamna președinte.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Allow me 2 points to submit them to your kind attention. The single market, we know very well, can only function within conditions of solidarity and security. My colleagues told you about the losses Romania suffers daily from the day when it was prevented from joining the Schengen area. But then, let me extrapolate to the political implications. Romania suffered injustice. It was refused to join the Schengen area. And then I invite you to carefully analyze the situation because Romania today faces Euroscepticism, which exacerbates. They have political manifestations, they have an economic influence, and the public lately is really bitter and is disappointed, and this only fuels anti-European sentiment. We are in the midst of inflation. We are still suffering under the burden of the pandemic, and public opinion, I must say, is worn out. And this is why they seem to embrace Euroscepticism. And lately, such manifestations are really at the border of what is legal. Romania has 33 MEPs, which is the biggest number of MEPs it will send to this forum from the Central European and Southeastern countries. Now, the second point, the efforts for the next decades of single market must fulfill all promises, namely to enhance and protect European competitivity, to use the instruments which need further simplification and further flexibility, because this would send the right and the proper signal that Europe wants and means business. At the same time, we must ensure that all the levers are used to create a sustainable future on the one hand, and that subventions and businesses don't move out of the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll invite our last speaker, Mrs. Zita Plestinska from Slovakia.
Vážené predsedníctvo COSAC, drahý Othmar Karas, milé
Dear Chair, Othmar Karas, colleagues, members of parliaments, since the single market has been celebrated 30 years, let me look into the past. In 2004 and between 2004 and 2009, I was a member of the European Parliament, and I worked in the IMCO committee of the European Parliament, that is the Consumer and Internal Market Committee. And I was a rapporteur for the CE brand without which no products in the EU can be brought on the market. We faced huge challenges. The Toy Safety Directive, Service Directive, IMCO traveled to China, traveled to the United States to adopt good legislation. I had the chance to work on the regulation on construction goods. The single market has gone a long way in the 30 years, and my 5 years in the European Parliament were a great experience for me. And I want to wish the internal market, that the heart of the European Union, which the single market is, to beat strongly for small and medium-sized enterprises and for green Europe. Reacting to Madam Therese Sandström, who mentioned the disadvantages to women on the labor market, I would like to say that Slovakia is also aware of this fact, and we certainly want to do our homework. Women really have wages 20% lower, even at the same employer, and this is like a penalty for motherhood. And this week we will be discussing legislation and voting legislation submitted by my party that women with children up to the age of 15 years would be free from tax. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And then we have closed the speakers list. Thank you so much, everybody, for this active participation. I think we've had many, many interesting interventions and a lot of food for thought for coming sessions. But before we are closing and I'm giving back the floor to the chairman, I would like to ask Mrs. Stellinger and Mrs. Svanström to make final comments. Who would like to start? Mrs. Svanström, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much for an interesting discussion following our earlier speeches. The quiz, I think, that you used showed very much a part of the reality. There are no quick fixes. There are no simple solutions to difficult and times of changes. And the reality is not that black and white. It's complicated. So I think we need to be able to handle many tools in our toolbox to solve and to be able to deal with the changes on the labor market and in the market. And the changes on the labor market, the green transition and the digitalization is also very much a possibility for Europe to compete with competence, with skills, and with good jobs that we must enhance. And to embrace it, and to use the right tools is to be successful, like as I mentioned in my speech, the tool of education and the transformation of the labor market. And it's also important to have a discussion about the division between the European Union and the member states. It's important with a push on the member states for transformation and for change development. But I would just like to underline that legislation is not the only the only answer that we can use, because change demands engagement and activity in the member states, and legislation might be one tool, but it's not the only right answer. We have to use also the engagement and the activity in the member states to be able to embrace this positive possibility that the change on the inner market and the labor market actually gives us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Stellinger.
Thank you, Katarina. A lot of thoughts after the quiz and the discussions. I will be brief. I think this shows us very clearly that the European project is not an either-or project. It's not a cooperation of extremes, it's not a cooperation of confrontation, but it's a balancing act where we need to find common, strong directions. For instance, we got to choose between the digital transition and the green transition. They are interlinked. We cannot have the one without the other. We got to choose between own production and open trade, but we actually do need both. And having my dear trade union colleague here, we don't need to choose between employees and employers because we need to serve them both. Services and goods come together. They're often also intertwined. And of course, we need green transition and SMEs. And here I refer to the quiz as well. Often SMEs are the ones innovating the solutions needed for the green transition. The list could be made longer, but I would like to also emphasize the quiz, the question about legally binding requirements for businesses versus voluntary requirements for businesses. And here I might surprise you coming from the business organization, but we actually do like good legislation, common legislation for a single market of 27 countries to be legally binding when the regulation is relevant, because we need the same type of implementation of EU law. So I would like to end up saying that the fantastic thing about the single market and the European project as such is that we do not have to choose. We have to do a balancing act, but then we now have to act strongly and together, once again with the single market at its core. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for very wise concluding remarks. And a big thank you to not only our keynote speakers, but also to the panel who so successfully commented on our quiz. And then I would like to thank you all for this session and give the floor back to Hans.
Well, and I think that we give a big applause to Katarina. And the two speakers and the excellent panel, and also with this quite amusing part of the COSAC meeting with this interactivity in the quiz. I have some announcements before I ending the second session, and thereby also today's COSAC meetings for all, with the exemption for the chairmans. Firstly, bring your card with you. You're going to use it or need it for tomorrow. So if you have put it in the machine, take it back. Secondly, it's buses now that leaving 4:15 back to the hotels with exemption for the chairmans, and they're going to take you back, take you to the venue for tonight's dinner at 6:30. If you want to walk, it's quite nice weather. It's very nearby Junibacken, so it takes around, I would estimate, 25 minutes, something like that, from the hotel. You need to be there at latest 7 o'clock at the Vasa Museum, the Vasa Museum. For tomorrow, we start 9 o'clock, and you need to be here some minutes before 9, because we're going to hold the morning meetings in the presence of Her Majesty Highness Crown Prince Victoria. So you need to be here before 9. And when she arrives or when she's leaving the room, please raise. We are a monarchy, like Spain. And then wasn't it so? So with that, once again, thank you to Katarina, to the excellent panel, to everyone that have participated in today's session. You may now leave, but leave your chairmans in the EU committees, because I need them, and we start that meeting 4:45. End of the second session.